Yes, sir.
Holy shit, your face is like purple.
Are you still up? Now in your fifth season, it's Buffalo After Dark.
Welcome, Buffalo After a bit, and we're gonna go through and get started on that. But if you want to give us a call, Facebook page. If you're on our Facebook page, we do have our meeting information there. So of course, feel free, and hopefully we'll get to hear from some of you guys and have a fun night here. So with that being said, of course, right now the NHL draft is getting started. It is on ESPN. If anyone is watching, which I do have it in the background, and really from there, of course, the New York Islanders will pick first. San Jose will be second, Chicago third, Utah fourth, and Nashville will be fifth. So that rounds out the top five, the financial structure. So that part is actually not a bad thing, and it's going to make it easy. $1 million contract to stay with the Panthers, and he ended up winning the Conn Smythe, of course, this past season. Had 15 playoff goals in Florida's Stanley Cup. And 22 points, which was 15 goals, 7 assists, and 23 Stanley Cup playoff games to help the Panthers win for the second straight season. So that is definitely a good thing. He got paid. He deserved it. He's definitely been playing well. Then on top of it, John Tavares has signed a 4-year, $17.52 million contract to remain with the Maple Leafs. And he had 74 points this season. Would have been a free agent on July 1st, but he ended up staying. He had 38 goals, 36 assists in 75 regular season games. And then he had 5 goals, 2 assists in 13 Stanley Cup playoff games for a total of 7 points. And the 38 goals is the second most he's ever had in 16 seasons in the league. So with him staying with the Maple Leafs, of course, they'll still be a good contender. He ended up saying that even though he left some money out there, he's done well. He's still doing well. He enjoys playing in Toronto. So that was big. And basically he said testing a free agent market was not his focus. I mean, maximizing his value was not his big focus. He wanted to make it work and find a way to make a deal happen. So with that being said, in 7 seasons since he's been there, I mean, he's had 222 goals, 271 assists, which is 17 goals, 14 assists, and 51 playoff games with the Leafs. So his deal is done. He's good to go. Then we on a 6-year, $31.5 million contract with $5.25 million average annual value, and Wood season, and basically with Cleveland at the AHL, he had 17 points, so 6 goals, 11 assists. So it's basically one of those deals, a little bit more of a depth move, but other than that, in terms of everything, and really with that being said, and I know we talked a lot last night about the whole JJ Peterka deal, and of course anyone who saw Buffalo After Dark knows I don't like it. I think Kevin Adams should have been gone. I think he should have been gone at least 3 years ago. Obviously I don't see that happening now, but thinking about it a little, in that sense, but we'll see what happens. Josh Stone, I mean, he could develop to be a good player, so there is that option. Michael Kesselring, I think, is really the big win out of it, though, because of the fact that here you go, a little something where, that being said, with where we're at currently, we'll get started here in just a few moments, and with right now, one of the big things I wanted to talk about is just some of the top 32 picks, and this is actually an ESPN projection for what they have going on. I do apologize if we are lagging a little bit. Looks like YouTube is a little bit slow right now, so of course we apologize for that. We will have the whole draft episode up on Spotify afterwards, so if it's lagging a little bit, you'll get the full clean version with us here. And really what's happening right now, a lot of people are predicting Matthew Schaefer is going to go to the Islanders. Whether or not that happens, of course, we don't know yet. But right now, when I play at both ends of the ice, and the Islanders are in a position on defense with Noah Dobson and Alexander Romanov needing new contracts. So basically, with that, it gives an option where Schaefer can develop, be the defenseman of the future. And of course, right now, Gary Bettman is walking out to the podium. So don't mind me. I know I'm gonna kind of be off to the side. I have a TV in my office here. I have the virtual background, so yeah, nobody can copyright us, which is good. But he is here. He is about to have the first picks come out. Obviously, it's a decentralized draft this year, so that's one thing that's a little bit different. But a lot of people a lot of the pundits are predicting that Schaefer is going to go to the Islanders here in just a few moments. Number two, the prediction right now, according to ESPN, is Michael Misa is going to go to the San Jose Sharks. And a lot of people were thinking that with the Sharks, they have a need on defense. They also like Anton Frundell, who's a center, but if they pass on Misa for any reason, it's not a good thing. Yes, there is a gap between Schaefer and Misa, but 22 or younger, but it really sets them up well for the future. And matter, does he make it into? Apparently, yeah, Gary Bettman's reading from a teleprompter, and he just told the crowd, "Gentlemen, thank you for congratulations on getting to this point." So it's scripted, so no surprise there. But for those of us, of course, this is the usual draft special. We go the entire first round, so we'll be here for a few hours. So, of course, we're happy to be here. And let's go ahead and let's get this draft started. Now, the interesting thing will be is that as we go later into the show, Hanson's going to be joining us. He is actually at the draft party at UBS Arena, so he is there to actually see all the fun and festivities unfold down on the island to see what their future is since New York has the first pick. All right. So, as of right now, and of course, Matthew Darsh's first draft as the GM. The New York Islanders are officially on the clock. Being decentralized this year, that's a little bit different. Sane, so that's kind of where we're at. But we'll see in a few moments here whether the Islanders decide to go for Matthew Schaefer or if they end up deciding on someone else. We wait for this pick. One of the other things that we talked a little bit about last night is that Mitch Marner is going to likely hit the market. He wants to test it, see what he's worth. It's no surprise. I mean, Toronto's in a lot of has cap issues right at the moment, so that's going to be one of the big deals. And then, of course, one of the other things that we ended up mentioning a little bit is that Trent Frederick actually signed an 8-year, $30.8 million contract with the Oilers earlier today. He has an average annual value of $3.85 million. So basically, in 58 regular season games for the Oilers and the Bruins last year, he had 15 points. So basically, just 8 goals, 7 assists, and played all of those games except for one of them prior to being acquired by the Oilers on a trade. So that's basically where we're at. So basically, extended with, of course, they got smoked by Florida in 6 games, and the pick is in. Well, and I'm not sure like what Bobby's reaction. It's a solid signing, obviously. I mean, it's something where they're getting a lot of good value. They're getting someone that they can set up as one of their cornerstone defensemen. And I think he's got a very, very good highlights here. I mean, definitely no surprise why he is that clear-cut number one. So that's where we're at. So with that being said, we're just gonna wait until the second pick comes in. We really don't have any other major sports going on right now. I mean, it's been pretty quiet. NBA finals already are done, so there's no point in talking about them really at this point. But for Schaefer, 2 goals, 4 assists in 5 games at the 2024 Alinka Gretzky Cup. Basically 1.29 points per game, and third in the OHL among defensemen. And I will say, Erie actually does a good job of getting some NHL ready players. They do a nice job with that, and of course, what they're doing that's a little bit different now is that they're putting him in front of the green screen where he gets to talk to the executives. So, he's happy to be there. As well he should. As well he should. And Bobby's happy right now. He's like, let's go, Islanders. So, he said he's going to jump on probably in the 8 o'clock hour. So, we'll see what happens there. But he actually had a chance to meet some of the Islanders alums as well as some of the current players. So, we'll have to talk a little bit about that and find out what his experience was. So, that's definitely a pretty neat little way to go. Yeah. And Matthew Schaefer's tearing up because now he knows he's going to get paid. He's going to be playing hockey. He's going to be enjoying things. So that's a good thing. I mean, he worked his butt off to get there. So definitely good to see him getting the nod. So now as we wait to see what San Jose does, now that they're on the clock. Of course, if you're on Facebook, you want to give us a call. It's 929-205-6099, and the meeting information is there. So, of course, feel free. We'll talk about some different things, and we'll go from there. In the meantime, while San Jose is on the clock, and we're waiting to see if they're going to take Michael Misa. Right now, at the end of the first, New York Mets and Pittsburgh Pirates are tied at 0. Tampa and Baltimore are tied at 0 at the bottom of the first. St. Louis and Cleveland at the bottom of the first are tied at 0. No score between the Yankees and A's at the top of the first. Toronto and Boston scoreless as well. And San Diego and Cincinnati, along with Minnesota and Detroit, are warming up. So nothing too crazy there. The game between the Philadelphia Phillies and Atlanta is delayed right now, so they're going to go, and Chicago White Sox are going to be starting around 7:40. And then, of course, you got Seattle and Texas. You have the Chicago Cubs and Houston playing tonight. LA Dodgers and KC. Colorado and Milwaukee are also going to be playing. And then, of course, you have Washington and the Los Angeles Angels going tonight. And then also on MLB.com, you have Miami versus Arizona playing at 9:40, which I don't know why anyone would want to watch that game because Miami absolutely sucks right now. But that's what we got. So it's a full vote your pick. Is the draft for Major League Baseball. So the Nationals are going to make their pick at that time. And right now, for a mock draft, the Washington Nationals are projected to go after. All I can tell you, without a doubt, one of the 2 best pitchers in the draft this coming season, and basically great impression, and likely he's going to go top 2. He either goes to Washington or he goes to the Angels. And if Liam Doyle doesn't go number 2, then he's probably going to go number 1. So those are your clear-cut pitchers. Liam Doyle out of Tennessee, and then you have Edwin Arquette, shortstop out of Oregon State, going to the Mariners. So that's what they're looking at. But if you haven't had a chance to take a look at Kate Anderson though, or Liam Doyle, check out their footage because they are dominant college pitchers and they know exactly what they're doing with things. So that's where they're at. And apparently at UBS Arena, they have the draft party inside the arena. They have it up on the scoreboard, and he actually sent a video of the reaction. So definitely interesting to see what's going on there. So yeah, now they got Matthew Schaefer up on the stage talking to ESPN. So he's doing his interview. And then right now, we've got about 1:10 before San Jose has to come up and announce their selection. So, of course, We'll have that up here in just a couple of moments. And then for those who don't know, just anyone who is following Buffalo After Dark, next week is our last episode of the season, right before we take our usual summer break. We are going to rebrand as of next season, so of course, keep an eye out. We're going to have a new name. We mentioned that previously. We're going to be the I-86 After Dark, and we figured it's just part of our natural expansion. We've really grown from just covering Buffalo sports to covering everything, especially here in New York State. So of course, we're looking forward to having you guys back next season, and also being able to put out some more sports content. Of course, if you haven't already done so and you're new here, like and subscribe. Give us some love here, and let's keep that number going up. We finally got some people watching, so it's a good thing. Showing the War Room on ESPN for the San Jose Sharks. Give it a moment here. It looks like Bettman's walking back out. Of course. And of course, I know if Bobby were here, he'd be like, shut up and announce the pick. So apparently, there is possible speculation that Bobby's mentioning here. He said that the Islanders may try to move up to 4 and grab Higgins. Whether I don't know exactly what's going to happen yet, because now, possible, especially after the trade that Utah did with the Buffalo Sabres, where they got Peterka. So there always is that possibility. But the pick is now in for the San Jose Sharks. Gary Bettman's coming back out to the podium. Oh boy. And of course, she's getting booed because they're in LA and she loves the San Jose Sharks. Forward out of Saginaw Spirit in the OHL, you have him, you have Celebrini, you have Smith, and the fact that Eklund is there on top of it, they just went big time forward in their rebuild. So definitely a nice pick. Definitely like it. I think it's a smart move for them, and it'll be good to see. So Bobby is basically saying he should be home after the 10th pick. So there we go. As I say, Rob, if you want to bitch about Michael Misa, jump on the show. You've got the invitation. They want to do now. The two selections at ESPU with a great shot in the ability to find open space. So then from Dell, however, they're saying that he would benefit from another development season outside of the NHL. Right there across from Bedard, and especially on the power play, then there's two players that have a good release with their shot. Frondell is projected to drive the second line, and he would be a good two-way center and basically give Chicago a really nice addition in terms of what they're able to do on the top two. So that's what they're looking at. Now, if Chicago were to go with Porter Martone instead, forward from Brampton, what happens is a lot of people are saying he may possibly have the best hockey sense and vision in the entire draft class. and he's also noted for his puck handling and his skill. So you figure you have a really good shot, you have playmaking ability. He's 6'3". He's got he's a little bit of grit at the same time. That's a nice thing to have. It's a good ceiling to have. And a lot of the players he's been compared to is basically similar style to Mikko Rantanen, most comparable to Cole Canfield in terms of the potential and basically from there, if he were to develop the physical game a little bit more, he's going to be an opposing force, and he really becomes a dual threat forward, and it's going to be tough for the opposition to handle. And basically from there, Nashville's been scouting him very heavily because they really want to get him, and potentially more. They might want to do a little bit with the Islanders in exchange for the selection. So that being said, interesting thought. But Michael Misa, great two-way game, good IQ. He needs to get better playing through when he gets contacted. But a lot of people, a lot of the pundits are saying he's very comparable to Nick Suzuki. So not a bad comparable there. So right now we're just waiting for Chicago. Obviously, they're gonna make that pick in just a couple of moments. There you go. So less than 2 minutes left before Chicago comes out. And a lot of times you just wish it was kind of like the NFL draft is like, your pick, just get it done. But instead, no, take the full 3 minutes. So. And of course, Michael Mesa's on the ESPN stage right now getting his interviews. So they got that going on. He loves that he's going to San Jose. He's going to go to work, get that all situated. So there we go. Now, while we wait for that pick to come up, right now the Buffalo Sabres are still slotted to pick at 9th overall. And I will say, the fact that they got rid of Peterka, yeah, I'm still not happy about that. But the projection right now, if everything goes the way it's going, Radom Murtka, defenseman out of Seattle with the Western Hockey League, is actually the projected option. And honestly, I would like if this happens because right now the Sabres have a good prospect pool. They do need to get a right-handed defenseman, which we obviously ended up getting from Utah in the trade. And also, we need to get a higher-end center. Now, Marquette McQueen would be available, but here's the thing: if you take Radom Murtka, you get a huge 6'6" right-handed defenseman, good mobility, good transition defending, and could be an insane partner with either Dahlin or put them together with Owen Power. And what happens, you get another good defenseman who can just straight up shut down everybody. And hopefully, for the love of God, let's get into the freaking playoffs because I am sick of waiting another year. And Gary Bettman is back at the platform, at the podium, and we're going to have the third pick here in just a moment. And they have Jeremy Roenick coming out to announce the pick. And Ronek's giving a 5 million minute thank you speech. He is now talking about the 100th year of the Chicago Blackhawks. Okay. So the pick has been made, and Anton Frundell, the center, is going to be going to the Windy City. So this was definitely one of the picks also that a lot of people had likely going. I mean, it was either him or Porter Martone, but Frundell was definitely the better fit and the better selection overall. It's going to definitely give a nice pair to Connor Bedard, give him some relief, obviously, be able to take on that second line. So very good two-way value, very good release, and he's definitely somebody that can make the jump this season, which is a big plus. But basically, in the Five Nations tournament, and I believe in Sweden, he's one of 11, 17-year of finding the net. And Frondell had a great season, 23-24. He had 39 points in 29 games with Jared Garden Jr. in the scoring. So, of course, one of the major leagues. Yeah, so basically, Chicago's just being asked why they pick him, and of course, Kyle Davidson's given some of the reasons. So that's where we're at. But that being said, Utah is going to be on the clock. So basically, they're going to be coming up in just a few moments. And right now, for anyone who's wondering, unless there's something that happens where Utah ends up trading the fourth overall pick, Utah is projected to take Brady Martin, the forward out of Sault Ste. Marie. And what happens is that if they do, they want skill, and they would look at either Brady Martin or Caleb Desnoyers. Um, both of them are good options, and you figure if you get one of them that go along Clayton Keller, Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther, JJ Peterka, who the Sabres ended up trading. Right now, he made a huge impression on Utah at the combine, and he's got a lot of teams that want him. The Flyers are interested in him. The Bruins are interested in him. They say he's very much a Sam Bennett type of player, so a lot of high praise when it comes to that. And basically, if they just get that little bit more edge in the top of the lineup, Utah it quickly is becoming a very dangerous team, and they're going to have a lot of good players for many years to come. They've quietly become one of those emerging teams out in the West, and they're really starting to. And it's just crazy what an ownership change going from Arizona to Utah can do, because now Utah is becoming a very good team with good depth. They still have some work that they need to do defensively and on the goaltending side of things, but they're really rounding out their lineup. They're doing some nice stuff. So, of course, Utah is on the clock right now, about a minute and 30 before that next pick comes in. So we'll see what they end up doing there in the meantime. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to give us a shout. And actually, Hanson ends up chanting "Let's Go Islanders" on the YouTube, so he is on there. And of course, if you want to see any of our previous road All right, and we apologize. We know YouTube is lagging. It's not on our end. There really isn't anything we can do about that, so we do apologize there. Ooh, so Caleb Denoy is the pick that is going to Utah from Moncton of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. So that's actually a little bit of a surprise, and that's not something that I totally expected. A lot of um, a lot of the insiders were predicting that he was going to go to Boston, but basically what happened, two-way center, great shutdown ability, clutch producer and leader, and he plays his best when the games matter the most, is what a lot of the scouts were saying. Great in the dirty areas, playmaker, has great hockey sense, and they said his defensive game is NHL ready. All Caleb has to do, if he can just get some additional quickness, I mean, he's a big time offensive threat and he can handle some tough matchups. And basically, he's NHL ready at this point. So that is good to see. So now what's going to happen is next up is going to be pick number 5, and that is going to be the Nashville Predators. So we'll see them coming up in just a few moments here. All right, so basically, with Danoyer, tied in the 5th in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League and scoring 84 points and ninth with 49 assists. So definitely a great player. I like this pickup for Utah, honestly. And you just figure you slot him in now with everybody they have. I mean, they have a great core to build off of. So good job, Bill Armstrong. Good job. And then for anyone just joining, just to let you know, 5th pick is going to go to Nashville. Then Philadelphia is going to pick at number 6, Boston 7, Seattle at 8, Buffalo at 9, and Anaheim at 10. And that'll round out the top 10 in the first round. Then, of course, as you go further into the draft, Pittsburgh is going to be picking at 11th and 12th. The 12th pick was actually acquired from the New York Rangers. And then also, Detroit will be at 13, Columbus at 14, Vancouver at 15. So that's basically where we are in the order of things. Then, if you look a little bit further into the first round, Montreal will pick at 16, as that pick was acquired by the Calgary from the Calgary Flames. Montreal also picks again at 17. Then the Flames will pick at 18th, and that is the pick that they acquired from the New Jersey Devils. St. Louis will be at 19. Columbus then is back up at 20, and that's the pick that they acquired from the Minnesota Wild. Then you have Ottawa at 21. Philadelphia is back up for a second dip at number 22, as that's a pick that they acquired from the Colorado Avalanche. Nashville's back for a second go at it, as they acquired the 23rd pick overall in this draft from Tampa. Then you have LA at 24, Chicago back up at 25 from the pick that they acquired from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Then Nashville is up for the third time, as they have the 26th pick that they acquired from the Vegas Golden Knights. And then on top of that, you have Washington at 27, Winnipeg at 28, Carolina at 29. San Jose is back for a second time, as they acquired the 30th overall from the Dallas Stars. Then you have Philadelphia at 31, as they acquired that pick from the Edmonton Oilers. And then, of course, Calgary at 32, as they acquired that from the Florida Panthers. So that's basically where we're at in terms of the draft so far. So really, next up, we have Nashville on the clock. And we're going to be seeing them come up to the stage in just a few minutes. So, lots of draft action still to come up here in this show. All right, so we'll just give it a little bit of time here, and right now Nashville is definitely on the clock. So I have just a little over 2.5 minutes left to go before they go ahead and come up. So we'll see what they're up to shortly. And actually, one of the things we'll tell you is debut of next season here on the show. Matt Frivola is coming back for the second time. The Steamroller MMA. He's going to be joining us for the first episode of the new season, so we'll get to interview him again, see how things are going. So we're certainly happy to have him back and looking forward to it. And happy birthday to his son as well for his birthday. So definitely we want to give that little shout out as well. And then right now we're just waiting for Nashville come up on the back up on come up onto the podium. So they should be up within the next minute and a half. All right, so we're just waiting here. The pick is definitely in from Nashville, so looks like we're gonna have Bettman walking to the podium in just a moment here. All right, Shea Weber is actually good. There we go. Brady Martin, the center, goes fifth overall from Sioux to get him at number 4. So not a huge difference there, but I will say, good player Nashville's getting here. Good player. And honestly, it's going to add some legit toughness to that line. And one thing that Bobby's interested in is to see where Higgins actually goes because he is still on the board. So James Higgins right now is projected to go to Philly, but you never know. The Islanders may pull something off here and look to possibly go up. But he ends up saying if Higgins gets taken at this pick, he's just going to come home and not wait until the 10th pick. So, of course, NHL draft will be right back. And, we'll go from there. And then, of course, we have a second chat called the War Room that we have. It's a private chat. But one of the things I know, one of our group members really does not like that pick by the Predators. So that's one thing we know. But I think overall, it does a lot of good things. Now, here's one thing that actually is breaking now, and this is just coming out from the Buffalo Sabres. But Jack Quinn has signed a 2-year, $6.75 million extension with the Sabres. And he had a career high 39 points this season. Could have been a restricted free agent on July 1st. Honestly, I don't think he's been a great add to this team. But it is something. He's here to stay for a while. So that's where we're at. We got another 2 years of Jack Quinn. Alright, so with that, it's about 3.375 average annual value. There you go. Yeah, and we're live on X right now, too. Alright, so basically right now, Philadelphia's pick is in. We're going to see what happens now as Bettman makes his way to the podium. Oh god, they got Charles Barkley making the selection. Sir Charles is making the selection here. All right, so Philadelphia has selected Porter Matone. So he's the right winger from Brampton in the OHL. And he was scouted heavily by Nashville. And what they ended up doing, of course, they decided to pass on him. But Martone, elite shot, great playmaking ability, 6'3" forward. He's got great skill sets, good ceiling, and definitely comparable to Cole Caulfield. So nice move. Nice move. Now, what he just needs to do a little bit, he will have to develop his physical game, just get a little bit stronger, but that's really the biggest thing. Right now, though, I mean, he is potentially NHL ready. So right now, Boston is on the clock. Seattle is up next after that. And then the Buffalo Sabres pick at 9, and Anaheim will round out the first 10 picks. So, that being said, what I'm going to do, I am just going to step out for just a quick minute. And the second hour of Buffalo After Dark is going to start in just a moment.
Buffalo After Dark is proud to recommend I Barbecue for You. Pre-orders are suggested by calling 716-880 7667. I barbecue for you. Buffalo's new barbecue destination.
Just move the coyotes. Don't do another expansion.
Right? It would never cross my mind. So somebody called the house when I was out mowing the grass.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Holy shit, your face is like purple.
Are you still up? Now in your fifth season, it's Buffalo After Dark.
All right, welcome back. This is the second hour of our NHL draft special, and of course, I'm Tom. Hanson will be here a little bit later. We might have a few others joining us as well. We are live on YouTube and Facebook. If you are on Facebook, so right now Boston is on the clock, so that just ended up starting up. So they've got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go on there. And what's going to happen, obviously, after Boston's pick, there is some speculation that they may look to possibly trade. We'll see what happens. But it'll be Boston, Seattle, Buffalo, and Anaheim coming up for the next couple picks. So that's what we're looking at. If you're wondering where Bobby is and why I'm here on my own, Bobby's at the Islanders draft party. So he got to see Matthew Schaefer go number 1. And so far, we've had no trades tonight, so nothing too crazy. Sorry, throat's a little sore. So in the meantime, of course, if you want to see any of our previous episodes, go to Spotify. You can also go to our YouTube channel as well. If you're new here, like and subscribe. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You know, definitely want to get to know you guys. And, of course, we want to put together some good content. So, you know, we're happy to be here. It's our 5th season doing this. We've been on the air for 5 years now. And we'll hit our 225th episode coming up next week, before we wind down for the summer. And Bob's saying, we want Higgins. And he says, he should be home soon, depending on whenever Higgins gets picked. So, anyways, Boston's just got 50 seconds before their pick has to be in. So far, if anyone is just joining us and they're wondering how this draft has gone, Matthew Schaefer was number 1 overall. He goes to the Islanders. Michael Misa, number 2 to Sharks. Anton Frundell, number 3 to Chicago. Caleb Denoye to the Utah Mammoth. Brady Martin goes 5th overall to the Predators. Porter Martone was just picked 6th overall, goes to Philadelphia. And Boston is now got the pick in, so Bettman is going to be making his way to the podium. So you should see here in a few moments what is going to happen. Of course, if you're watching on ESPN, you can see the war room for Boston. And here comes Bettman. And Boston will be making the pick. Adam Sandler, a.k.a. Happy Gilmore, is making the pick. Sorry, Bobby. James Higgins just went to the Bruins. Oh man, you're gonna be pissed. We'll have to hear about that a little bit later, but yeah, James Higgins goes to the Boston Bruins, and basically with that, he's a center, and right now, with what he could be doing, he's gonna make that top line pretty solid. There's no question about that. So, James Higgins from Long Island goes to the Boston Bruins. And I think right now, I was like, screw this, I'm out of here. So, 5'11", 186 from Hauppauge, New York, which is right on the island, not too far from where Bobby lives. Been through there. He's making his way up to the stage. But in 2024-25, he played 37 games with 11 goals, 26 assists over at Boston College. So he's going to be staying in Beantown for quite a while. And basically with that, fourth in the NCAA Division I hockey among all freshmen. So he's definitely productive. He's done good things. He's going to be staying in Boston for a while. So, not a bad pickup for them. And they get some center depth, which is good. Yeah, do pretty well. And of course, now they're saying hello to him. Oh yeah, Bobby is pissed, so we're gonna probably see him venting a little bit when he comes on. Yeah. Yep, so the local Long Island kid is not going to be playing in Long Island. So we'll hear a little bit on Bobby's take with that coming up. But right now, Seattle Kraken is going on to the clock. And we should see this pick coming up pretty shortly. So, of course, this is round 1 of the draft. They'll probably go until about at least 11 or midnight. Rounds 2 through 7 are going to be tomorrow on NHL Network and ESPN Plus. That will start at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you want to watch the remainder of the draft, please feel free. We'll cover some of the notable picks. We'll just post it on our H&H Entertainment site. So, of course, please feel free to, if you haven't joined us there before, go ahead and get on there and, we'll share it with you. So, yeah, and Bobby already said he has a lot to say when he comes on within the next half hour or 45 minutes. So, he is not happy right now. But That being said, I mean, Hagen is one of the top 3 for BU, so, no surprise that he ended up getting drafted and they want to keep him in Boston, so. And, you know, things happen. We know anything can happen in the draft, for sure. So, that being said, if things stay true and if it's according to what some of the um, media is thinking, Jake O'Brien, a forward from Brantford from the OHL, is potentially going to go here at pick number 8. But again, things can happen in a variety of different ways, and who knows? I mean, the other option could be Roger McQueen, which right now, when you look at young centers, Seattle's very deep. They have Matt Beniers, they have Shane Wright, Berkeley Catton. They're all 22 or younger, and O'Brien is definitely a high-end talent, and they might allow that situation. If they draft O'Brien, you can move Catton to the wing in the top 6, and he'll definitely be able to eat up some minutes there. So the nice thing about O'Brien is that he has high-end playmaking, and he's able to do a little bit more than Wright or Beniers, and also has time to bulk up and add speed to hit his ceiling. And Seattle is now making the selection as Batman is at the podium. And that prediction actually came true. Jake O'Brien is going to go to Seattle. So a lot of the pundits mentioned this was going to be the pick. There was a big consensus of it. And honestly, good pick. It's going to give Seattle a lot of depth. They definitely need it. They've been making some changes. I know they fired their GM. They have a new coach. Obviously, this will allow them to further build out the core, finally get some things going, hopefully. So not a bad pick. Definitely like it. And then, of course, coming up next is the Buffalo Sabres at number 9. And hopefully, Kevin Adams doesn't screw this up. All right. So, basically with that, Sabres are going to go on the clock shortly. And, oh no, Adams, please do not screw this up because you already pissed off all of the Buffalo Sabres fan base with the Peterka move. And of course, Seattle GM Jason Botterill. Everyone remembers when he was here, and he got fired after a couple years. But we'll see what ends up happening. So, basically, just think about it this way: Brooklyn Catton, Edward Sale, Shane Wright, Matty Beniers, and basically with that, now you got Jake O'Brien. Not bad. All right, so the Buffalo Sabres are officially on the clock. And we will see what happens. And if this pick absolutely sucks, you might see me go off at somebody here. All right. So then, just to let you know, after Sabres, Anaheim will round out the first 10 picks. Then Pittsburgh's going to be up at 11 and 12, and then Detroit at 13, Columbus at 14, Vancouver at 15. So that's basically where we're going at this point. Of course, if you guys haven't watched before, my name's Tom. I'm nice to see all of you guys. Bob's going to be here probably within the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. He's going to jump on and be here for the rest of the draft. And then we may have a couple others joining us in a little while as well. We might have John joining us after 8:30. Might have Luffy joining us as well. And of course, we have the comments going on Facebook and YouTube. So of course, feel free if you have any comments, thoughts, or anything you want to know. Feel free to drop a line. Let us know. If you're on Facebook, you can actually call us. 929-205-6099 gets you onto the stream here, or you can use the Zoom link that is provided on our Facebook site only. And from there, we'll have you on. You can talk with me, talk with Bob when he's here, and we go from there. So then just in the meantime, while we're waiting for the Sabres to actually come up to announce the pick, one thing, if you haven't heard, earlier this afternoon, the Sabres did extend Jack Quinn for 2 years, $6.75 million. That's going to count 3.375 against the cap, and I almost have to wonder why. Now, he did have a good offensive season, but still not impressed with him. And Sabres pick is in, so we'll have that up here in just a moment. All right, and we are about to have the selection made. Looks like Jarmo Kekalainen is actually in the war room. Bettman is walking to the podium. As the Goo Goo Dolls coming out, so anyone who hasn't followed music for a long time, the Goo Goo Dolls actually started in Buffalo, New York. They actually are out in LA a lot of the time now, but it looks like Johnny Resnick's going to come out. Hey, and Robbie Tikak's coming out too. Robbie Tikak with his pink hair. Yes! Holy crap, you actually did something good by getting Radim Murtka, the right-handed defenseman out of Seattle of the WHL. I am loving this pick. Love this pick. Big ass 6'6" defenseman, right-handed shot. Finally, we actually did something right. So it's good. So 2024-25, Radim Murka ended up playing 43 games, got 3 goals, 32 assists. But the big thing with him, he's a right-handed shot, which now we have 2 when you look at Kesselring coming in on that trade for Peterka. And then on top of it, 6'6", one of the biggest defensemen that's going to be in the league. So huge intangibles. A lot to like about this guy. Basically, in the WHL, he was 3rd in points per game among rookie defensemen, so he's made a name for himself pretty early on, which is good to see. And then, with that being said, I mean, partner him with Darlene or throw him up against Power, and it'll give somebody that can actually be a good shutdown capable defenseman. And wow, we actually have a Terry Pagula sighting. All right. So, that being said, that is going to round out the top 9 picks. Number 10 is going to be coming up. Looks like they're going to the break. It's actually almost 8:30 Eastern time here on the East Coast. And what we'll do since that's coming up, you know what? Let's see, are they going into a timeout? Yeah, they are. So, what we'll do, let's take a quick timeout. We'll be right back. And we'll go on to pick number 10. All right, welcome back. It is 8:30 here on the East Coast, and right now we're just about to go to pick number 10, which is with Anaheim, and Bettman is making his way to the podium. And the original cast members of the 1992 movie The Mighty Ducks are going to be coming out to make the selection. Yeah, it says Margaret Moreau, and I didn't catch the other one. That's out here. Yeah, Roger McQueen is going to the Ducks. All right, so a lot of people put him in this spot forward, and one of the big things, huge center, 6'5", got really good potential. He could be a two-way force, and really from there, as long as McQueen holds up and stays healthy, huge win for them. So good move. So then Pittsburgh's going to be on the clock in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Sorry about that. Someone was actually at my door. So, but nice to be here. Of course, Roger McQueen ends up going to Anaheim from the Brandon Wheat Kings. Now Pittsburgh is on the clock, and they're going to be coming up here in just a few moments. So, what happens with Pittsburgh at this point? Do they try to trade down a pick, or do they draft in both spots here? That's the question, and that's going to be the interesting thing to find out. So we're going to see that here in just a few moments, what's going to happen. It is possible we may see the first trade of the night here, especially if Pittsburgh does look to trade down. Possibly they can get some additional assets, but who knows? So we'll see what ends up going on. But just in case anyone is just joining and they want to know the first 10 picks, obviously the Islanders picked Matthew Schaefer at number 1. Michael Misa went to the San Jose Sharks at number 2. Anton Frundell, number 3. Caleb Denoye, number 4 to the Utah Mammoth. Brady Martin, number 5 to the Nashville Predators. Porter Martone, number 6 to the Philadelphia Flyers. James Higgins, number 7 to Boston. Jake O'Brien, number 8 to the Seattle Kraken. Radom Murtka, the big-ass defenseman that I wanted, 6'6", right-handed shot, goes to Buffalo at number 9, and Adams better not screw that up going forward. Do everything you can and make sure he stays here. And Roger McQueen, number 10 to Anaheim, and Pittsburgh is now on the clock. They've got about a minute and 53 left. So right now, of course, if you're watching on ESPN, you can see the War Room that they've got going on down in that city. And actually, for those who don't know, we're going to be taking Road to 32 on a trip this coming November to the Steel City. We're going to watch the Bills and the Steelers play, so that's going to be a good time. All right. That being said, of course, if you're new here, welcome. Feel free to like and subscribe. We do content. We have one more show for the season, and then we're going to take our summer break like we usually do. But if you want to watch any of our previous episodes, go to YouTube. You can watch all 5 seasons that we've had at Buffalo After Dark. You can also go to Spotify and take a look at. We just started uploading season 5 as well as the Derek Plant interview. Feel free to check that out. Derek Plant, great interview. We enjoyed having him, and certainly, we're looking forward to that. We absolutely enjoyed that experience. All right. Go. And just going to take a look at what we have here on X. Just see if there's any interesting notifications going on here. All right. And Bettman's making his way to the podium, and we'll see what Pittsburgh's first pick of this round is. Chris Letang is going to make the pick with his son. All right, Benjamin Kindle goes at pick number 11, and he is a center from Calgary of the WHL. And the interesting thing is, this is actually probably one of the first picks that actually is way off from some of the projections, because ESPN had Benjamin Kindle at 27th overall in the first round. So basically, with him, he is going to be a winger, but he does have hockey sense. He has playmaking. He has speed to be an NHL center. Similar draft year profile to Braden Point, and overall, not a bad pick. I just have to wonder what Pittsburgh ended up doing here, because I think that realistically they could have. I mean, it's possible he could have gone down to the second round, but we don't know yet. So that being said, it looks like Bobby's going to jump on in just a few minutes, so he'll be joining us for the rest of the way. And then, of course, next up for the 2025 draft, we're going to have Pittsburgh again. All right. So then, of course, while we wait for the next pick, anyone who didn't see, obviously, the NHL and the NHL Players Association agreed on the 4-year CBA extension. We talked a little bit about that on Buffalo After Dark last night. So if you want to rewatch that episode, of course, feel free to go to our YouTube page. You'll find it on there. And then, of course, there was the trade with Coyle and Wood going to the Blue Jackets by the Avalanche. Frederick ended up signing an 8-year contract with the Oilers. Marner is likely hitting the market. Obviously, we talked about Edmonton training Evander Kane to the Canucks last night, and Tavares has signed a 4-year contract to remain with the Maple Leafs, and he actually decided to give up some money in that and basically remain with the team. So that's basically where we're at right now in terms of just some of the quick stories that have come out as of the last 24 hours. And then, of course, with anyone who's wondering what that decentralized draft is basically the players are going to be in person at the Peacock Theater in LA. The war rooms are going to be local to where the teams are. So actually, for Buffalo's case, they're actually in the Bills Fieldhouse out in Orchard Park for some reason and not in the KeyBank Center. So I don't know why that's the case, but that's what they decided to do. But in either case, Bobby's not too thrilled about the Islanders not moving up to try and get the local kid, which was going to be James Higgins. So I know he's got a lot that he wants to talk about when it comes to that. I'm happy that we did get another right-handed defenseman, Radim Murka. So definitely thrilled about that. I mean, 6'6" guy. Last time we had someone that size was Tyler Myers when we first drafted him, and then of course we traded him after a couple seasons. So that being said, there's about 1:20 before Pittsburgh comes back up for their second dip of the draft here in the first round. So we'll have that here. And so far the draft has been pretty on point with what a lot of the pundits have been saying. So that's good to see her. And we have a trade. All right, Philadelphia is on the clock because they traded the 12th overall to the Flyers, and Pittsburgh in return gets 22 and 33. All right, so there we go. So Philadelphia is back on the clock. So we had our first trade of the draft about an hour and 45 minutes in. All right, so actually, I'm sorry. So 12th overall pick to Flyers from the Penguins in exchange for number 22 and 31 overall. So that's where we're at. All right. And of course, Hanson is about to join us here, so we're going to have him come in. He's going to give us some thoughts about what it was like to be at the draft party. Also, talk about what happened with the whole thing with Hagen's going to the Boston Bruins, because I know he's really pissed off about that whole deal. So we'll talk about that. And we're just waiting for him to come on.
Howdy, bitches.
How's it going, man? So you just got back. You just missed a trade.
I saw it. The Penguins traded down 10 spots with the Flyers.
Yep. So, yeah, they get number 22 and 31 overall. I know you've got a lot of good things to say about the draft party. I know you're really pissed off about the Hagen's deal. So, since we're waiting for, actually Philadelphia's pick is in, but have at it, man. I'll turn the floor over to you since I've had this show for the last hour and 45 minutes.
Well, I did say I was going, so it's
Well,
not like
yeah,
you were left, drying or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm the only one here until you showed up.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that there was only a once in a chance of an opportunity for this to happen again,
It's all good. But anyways, so you end up getting Schaefer, man. So of course, I know you guys have a good player coming in them. And I know you wanted Higgins.
Schaefer. Well, Schaefer, a lot of people were expecting this to be the pick, so it's not like it's out of the ordinary. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, and the pick is in.
I don't even know who they're going to do yet.
Hold on.
Let's see. It's Brandon Graham announcing the pick for the Flyers.
Okay.
Let's see. They're taking...
Jack
Here
Nesbitt.
we go. Jack Nesbitt. Okay. So you're probably ahead of me at that point.
Yeah,
so.
I've got the livenhl.com feed on the one screen, and then I've got the ESPN feed on my TV.
So the Flyers have 2 picks in the top 15.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they do. Yep.
Funny how this works.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And Detroit's on the clock. So yeah, tell us about it, man.
So it was really jam-packed for sure. It wasn't as crowded as I was expecting it to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say that. So the funny story is that when I pulled up to UBS Arena, I had a little hard time figuring out a parking spot because I was going to go into the garage lot, but it was closed off. So I went into the diamond parking and I said, "Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much." So the next thing you know, I'm doing that. And all of a sudden I get out of my car, and that was when I got the notification about the Noah Dobson trade to the Montreal Canadiens. And that was when the Islanders got those 2 back-to-back picks, because at the time, people thought that they were going to use at least one, if not both of them, on potentially moving up in the top 10, which right now has unfortunately happened, to draft, James Higgins, because, the Long Island native and all that stuff. But now that the trade fell through, there was some speculation that the Mammoth because that's who they were going to talk to. They were going to talk to the Utah Mammoth about the 4th overall pick, and Utah picks 4 through 6. A lot of the fans at the stadium were going, "Yay!" when Higgins wasn't taken because they were convinced that he was going to go. I mean, I
Right.
thought so too
Right.
because
Have him come
based on
back.
the Noah Dobson trade. But they were like, "We want Higgins." They were just saying, "We want Higgins."
Right.
So in that sense, I was just like laughing because of how funny it is. But I was saying to myself, well, hopefully Higgins is an Islander after, Utah, then Nashville and all that. But then comes Boston and I'm like, fuck. And then I forgot that he played college hockey in Boston.
Right.
So it made sense for the Bruins to take him. I'm like, well, option B is, well, you have 2 first round picks. You can either trade those 2 picks to either get some scoring help or there's another player in mind that they want.
Right. Right. Yeah, and I will say this, like so far, like with what a lot of the pundits have been saying, a lot of the picks have been very close in terms of the rankings. The only big one that was outside of the projection was Pittsburgh at 11, where who they ended up selecting, which was going to be crap, and I have it listed here. Benjamin Kendall, he was predicted to go at 27th overall, so that was a little bit of a reach by them, but otherwise, I mean, literally the first 10 picks are very close or identical to what a lot of people had in the rankings.
Wait, which picks? Which pick?
Number 11, when the Penguins ended up taking Benjamin Kindle.
So who did you want for the Sabres?
Oh, I'm happy. We got Reddy Murka, the 6'6" big ass right-handed defenseman.
There you go. And I actually brought home
And I
some
don't
stuff.
think that's a Kevin Adams move. I think that's a fucking Jarkko Kekalainen move. Because
That
Adams is
could
too
very.
fucking stupid to draft someone like that.
You know what? I believe it. But I actually have some cool stuff I want to show while I
Yeah,
was
go
at the
ahead, man.
draft. But I just got to take out my background so you guys could see it better because
Yeah.
I had this background in yesterday's episode. But no, I got a lot of cool stuff. Like I got the new Islanders draft hat. I got some of my stuff signed, which I'm going to show you in a few moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I back out a little bit because of my Wi-Fi, actually, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Here we go. So there's nothing in the background, it's just my apartment, but I want to show you some of the stuff I got. Well, this right here, I am holding one of the very few New York Islanders draft hats at UBS
There you
Arena.
go.
As you can see, and this thing was a bitch to get. It was like $38, and I got this at the Swag Shack over at the park at UBS Arena. So
Okay.
you can see it says New York Islanders, and then it has the New
Yeah.
York Islanders logo, and it's just gray on the bottom. And I only wanted to get this because I wanted to start piling up on my Islanders hat collection.
Yeah.
So that's why I got it, you know? And then I had another hat that I previously wore with me, which I have right here. And lucky me, I actually was fortunate enough that I actually brought my pen with me, and I'm really glad I did. This is
Yeah.
my Sharpie. And I'm really glad I brought it because I got Dennis Seitenberg to sign my hat.
There you go. That's a nice signature.
Yep, and I got 3 more. And this is a puck at the draft party. They were selling these for $15 and I figured I get it. And I was raving about this all week or the last couple of weeks, but I
Yeah.
wanted to share it. So I have an autographed puck signed by Eric Cairns and Sean Bates.
Nice. That's a good pickup.
Yeah, Eric Cairns and Sean Bates. But the one I think that had the most sentimental value to me is this one. This puck is from 1995, and I'll even read you the label on the back of the puck.
Yeah.
It says April 24th, 1995, and the Islanders beat the Boston Bruins 5-3, and it says Brian plus dad. So this is a montage to my late Uncle Brian
Yeah.
and my grandfather, who we called Papa in the house. So my Uncle Brian and Papa were at this game. I was 3 years old when this game took place. But at any rate, so the puck was my grandfather's, and I kept it for so long, but
Yeah.
I brought it to the draft party, and I got it signed by John Tonelli,
Nice. That's
the
a good
original
one to keep.
JT.
Yep. That's a good one to keep. Oh, yeah, not sure if you heard, John Tavares signed a 4-year extension with the Maple Leafs.
Fuck John Tavares. Of
Yeah. He
Fuck
says he
him.
took a pay cut too.
course he did. What else is fucking new?
Yep. And then
But
Yeah, and then other than that, of course, I already told you about the Jack Quinn extension, which I'm like, why the fuck did we do that? But
It doesn't even matter because the Sabres outright ruined him.
yeah, they did. They did. But I still gotta say though, I'm just glad now we have two right-handed defensemen. Of course, Kesselring. Now you got Murtka. That's not a bad pickup in 48 hours.
That's not bad at all. And plus, I wanted to show this as well. These were given out at the door. This is a foam finger with the initial draft party logo on there, as you could see.
Nice.
It says June 27th at UBS Arena.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the back of it, it says Let's Go Islanders or
Mm-hmm.
LGI. As you can see, I
Sweet.
could literally just wear this at any Islander game, or even if we get lucky and the
Yeah.
Islanders play the Penguins, end up, playing this and I could just go like that
There you go.
at the opposing
Right.
stadium,
Right. Yeah, I did mention earlier in the show tonight too. It's like, yeah, keep an eye out for Road to 32 later this November when we're down in Pittsburgh. So, and Detroit's about to make the selection, and they got Full House's Dave Coulier, a Red Wings fan, making the pick.
Who the fuck is Dave Coulier?
He played Uncle Joey on Full House, and he just was declared cancer free.
Oh man, congratulations, man.
Yeah, he was
I
battling
never watched.
leukemia for a while.
Yeah, I was too young to watch Full House because when that show came out, it was running, and I didn't know what it was until I was a little older. So
Yeah.
I didn't really watch Full House growing up.
Yeah, then they had the remake Fuller House too.
Could have gotten John Stamos, but it's whatever.
Yeah, well, he's actually playing with the Beach Boys now because he's actually one of the people that fills in for them now that Brian Wilson's dead.
That's very sad, though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The Red Wings pick is in.
Yep.
Who are they taking? Let's see. At number 13, the Detroit Red Wings will select.
I got here, and
Yeah,
according to
I'm here.
pundits, yeah, Carter Bear is not listed in the
Yeah,
top
I
32.
think my Wi-Fi is a little fucked up.
Okay, well, it's actually also saying my connection's a little weird. Okay, looks like you're back.
Yeah, I had to reboot my Wi-Fi, but I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, so apparently I was looking at like the projections. Carter Bear's not in the top 32. Reach deal, yeah, second one
Okay.
tonight.
You know, I got to tell you, I've been lectured all night about the Red Wings in the last few years about the Iser plan, trust the plan, trust the process. Now I'm really questioning Steve Yzerman's judgment in the last few years.
It's like, why would you reach for somebody outside the top 32 when this year in the draft, a lot of the projections are like, once you get outside of like that top 10, top 15, you're like totally out.
Yeah, for the most part. And I got my foam finger.
Yep.
Yay.
Yep. Yeah.
But you know what? The Islanders, they're at picks number 16 and 17. Thank you, Montreal. Yeah, I wasn't lying earlier when I said that Noah Dobson wanted $11 million.
Yeah. Yeah. But actually, wait a minute. No. Actually, Carter Bear, he was actually projected at 13. Just taking a look at it. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing for some reason. When I scrolled by, I totally missed him. But yeah, he was projected at 13, so that is actually pretty much right on.
But that is a cool name, Carter Bear, for a rookie. That's a pretty cool name.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of what they're saying about him is that him, Eklund, and Justin Carbonneau are basically the ones that are all comparable in terms of who's in this class. But they did say his instincts and playmaking ability is very attractive, and said also a lot of the pundits are saying one of the best competitive engines in the draft class. He has the hallmarks of a play-driving winger with remarkable two-way play, similar to Zach Hyman.
Zach Hyman, that's a bonus. I mean, if you're being compared to Zach Hyman, that's a pretty good record.
Definitely.
Yeah, I have a question though. Do you think among all the autographs, which ones do you like the most? John Tonelli, Eric Cairns, or Sean Bates, or Dennis Seitenberg? Which one do you like the most?
I don't know, say the original JT just on the sentimental value.
JT?
Yeah, I'd just say just for the history there.
Yeah, and plus because it was, like I said earlier, it was my grandfather's puck. You know what I will do though is because I actually, you know what's really funny is that some guy who was in the area with me, who I never met, was generous enough to lend me a blue Sharpie to get this signed. I said, "Oh, thank you."
Yeah.
And JT's always cool, so it was nothing any different for me.
So they say he's compared very often to Moritz Seider of the Detroit Red Wings based on size, playing style, and the overall defensive focus. But they also compared him to Noah Dobson, which is
Oh
kind of
boy.
interesting. So,
So wait, Redeem Mert guy is his name. You said right?
mhm. Yeah,
So you're saying that this kid is being compared to Moritz Seider and Noah Dobson.
yeah.
Okay. So I'm thinking,
That's a
well, first
Yarmo
off,
Kekalainen
Dobson is an
pick.
offensive.
Right.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Yeah, that's
for the
gotta
most
be.
part.
Yeah.
But
But they're thinking some of the offensive capabilities is where it was somehow like compared to Noah Dobson. But I would say if we can get someone like a Morris Sider out of him, I'm fine with that. And actually, now you got two big right-handed defensemen because I mean, you look what happened with that Paterka trade. I mean, 6'5" defenseman, and now you have, of course, Radim Murtka, 6'6". I'm like, all right, our defense actually got a little bit better.
yeah,
Him
by
and
the way,
Kesselman.
I forgot to show this to you earlier. What I also
Mm-hmm.
got, this was a last minute reprieve. I just forgot I had it. I don't know if you could see it through the bag, but I
Mm-hmm.
got some
Yeah, the
confetti.
confetti.
I got some actual orange and blue confetti. I don't
Nice.
know if you can see it too well because I don't want to make a
Yeah, yeah,
mess.
it's showing up.
Yeah, so yeah, blue and orange.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
This was written in the sky at UBS Arena, and people were like, "Oh, you could get the confetti for $20 at the Islanders team store." And I said, "Fuck that! I'm gonna get it for free."
Yeah, just grab it when it falls.
Yeah, I had to convince my friend Miguel to do it for me because I'm like, Miguel, grab the. I said, Miguel,
Mm-hmm.
grab the confetti on the floor, and he was like, "What?
Right.
What? What?" And I said, "Grab the confetti on the fucking floor."
Right.
And yeah, no, it was good. Him and his wife Mariah were able to give it to me, so it was all
Cool.
good in the end. But no, I really cherish these new items because this was my first ever, draft party at the new building. So that's awesome, and this was the first one ever. So
Yeah.
that was cool on its own. But yeah, no, I'm very happy with this in general with the concept of um, Matthew Schaefer, who's going to be a great defenseman for the
Yeah.
Islanders. That I'm really excited about. And you know what, too? I've seen a lot of comparisons to guys like Bobby Orr and Eric Carlson. I've seen comparisons to that.
Yeah. That's solid. And just watching his game, I mean, he's going to add a lot to your team down there. He really is.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm excited what they do. I do wonder though if this is the plan moving forward because Dobson wanted out and he took a pay cut in comparison,
Mm-hmm.
$9.5 million with the Montreal Canadiens and signing an 8-year deal.
Yeah.
It makes me think. Um, Is Schaefer going to fill in the role for Dobson?
Right. That's a good question.
Yep, and Columbus's pick is about to come up.
Okay. Yeah, it was kind of funny actually. So after I wrapped up work, I figured, all right, I'll just go up the street, and I figured, well, and I have the thing for Sam's Club, so yeah, large pizza, $9.
Yeah,
but
who the
but
fuck is making the announcement for Columbus's pick?
looks like Johnny Gaudreau's wife.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
I think that is Meredith.
Yep, it is.
She's stunning, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
for a woman. She's very stunning.
Yep. Yeah, and you could tell it was draft night at Sam's Club because people were buying like 6 pizzas a piece since they're only like $9.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, they're actually good for that price too. I actually have one in my fridge.
Let's see what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, his death
Mm-hmm.
really took an impact on the sport.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, you can tell that was tough for her to say.
Nice pick. Jackson Smith out of Tri-City in the WHL.
Ooh, there we go.
Very nice pick by Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because I was driving, did the draft go on commercial break or did it just keep going?
No, it had a couple commercials. Yeah, because they had
Well, that's
one.
good.
They had one like I think they've been doing it like almost every 30 minutes. Where they had one at 8:30, they had one at 9, and I know between the 7 to 8 hour, I think they had one at 7:30 and 8.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? So two more picks until the Islanders' next two picks come up at picks number 16 and 17. And people, I'm telling you right now, Long Island right now is fucking fuming because of the idea that, oh, Matthew Darsh is making his first trade. We didn't get Hagens because we were supposed to trade up for him, and it's like shut up. It's not like
Right.
did you think he didn't try? I mean, I'm sure he tried,
He
but
probably
there were
tried
teams that
to, and yeah, and watch what probably ends up happening is that the value would have been so astronomical. They're like, it's not even worth it.
no, and it's not. And again, it's crazy to me,
Mm-hmm.
but it is what it is. I'll
Yeah.
be right back. I'm gonna go wash my hands and I gotta grab something from the fridge.
All right. Sounds good.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty. All right. So for those who have not heard about Jackson Smith, basically, um, what happens is he led the Tri-City defenseman in scoring with 54 points in the WHL. Solid defenseman pick. So he's going to do a lot of nice things here with the Blue Jackets, and certainly, I mean, with what he's got going on, he's someone that can make a significant impact pretty quickly, which is going to be a big plus. So good job by Columbus on that specific pick, and also he was a gold medalist in the U18 World Championship in 25, basically 4 goals in 7 games. So he's got some nice output there for a defenseman. And he's also the gold medalist, the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. So and that was in 2024. So a lot of good intangibles here for him.
Okay.
So
Now I'm back.
there you go.
I just have to use the bathroom real quick and grab some water, and I'll be officially good to go. I
All
promise.
right. All right.
Oh man. Yeah, you know what's crazy? I didn't even have dinner yet, and I got myself a Subway sandwich from earlier today, and I didn't even, heat it up yet. But
There you
I'm
go.
here for the fucking
For the long haul, man.
yeah. See, I
Yeah.
got a Subway sandwich.
There you go. I was gonna say we got probably another good 2 hours on here, so
I feel like the draft, even though it's at 10 after 9, I feel like it's going a lot faster than it should be.
yeah. I mean, well, we're already at pick 15, so
Yeah, so yeah, I've heard some mixed reactions from fans across the league, and people are saying, with the way the draft is set up, and everything like that. What was I gonna say? People are saying that it's a little awkward, but based on how it's set up.
I thought it was a little weird at first too, because it's like you only have the players there, and their families, and then all of the scouts, the GMs, owners are all in their home arenas or hometown. Like I know here in Buffalo, they're in Orchard Park. They're at the Bills field house.
Yeah, and then for the Islanders, they're at UBS Arena because the only reason I know this, and by the way, Matthew Darsh was at the draft party talking with the fans,
That's
and he
cool.
was basically saying how he wanted to build his team. And you know what? My first impression about Darsh, because I was there to actually visibly see him,
Yeah.
was he has a good sense of an idea of what he wants to do with the team. He wants to make them a fast, competitive team moving forward, and he wants to make them young. So that's a good
Yeah.
first step. But But now that I think about it,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, is
No.
I feel like with the Dobson trade, it may open the vault for something else. We'll see.
Yeah, it very well could. All right. And then, well, he's doing what he's got to do. Right now, the Vancouver Canucks are on the clock. They've got about 2:10 left, and of course, we're here for the long haul. So of course, if you have any questions, want to talk to us, feel free to give us a shout. We're live on YouTube right now, or if you're visiting our Facebook page and want to give us a call, it's 929-205-6099, and the meeting details are in the chat. So, of course, feel free to give us a shout, talk with us, have some fun, and it's our once a year that we do this for hockey. So, we'll definitely have some fun with that.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
This time for real.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff.
At least I'm not late for the Islander 2 picks yet.
Right. Exactly. And we got the Canucks War Room that they're showing right now.
Do you think that based on everything that's going to go on, I have a feeling, like, do you think the Canucks are going to take Eklund at this point?
Honestly, I would not be surprised if they try to go for him. I mean, he's a good player. He's a good player for him, and originally they were thinking that Pittsburgh would have taken him at 12. So, it's interesting. And then Jackson Smith was originally supposed to go to Pittsburgh at 11. So,
Yeah, but another question I do want to ask is, do you think because the Islanders are going to be drafting really soon, again, do you think that they're going to keep both of the picks, or do you think they're going to trade at least one of them?
I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them get traded, quite honestly. And, I think if it gets you more assets and you guys are looking to build a team, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them go. And
Well,
Bettman's walking to the podium.
let's see. The Vancouver Canucks are going to take, let's see. Who's making the pick? I'm not sure who this is. Oh, Michael Samuelson.
Okay.
He played for the Canucks many, many years ago.
Yep.
I think he is one of the amateur scouts for the Canucks. I'm pretty sure.
I'm almost positive he is.
That's probably why he's there. But it's whatever, Let's see who they take.
Yeah. Braden Coots.
Vancouver. Wow. You
The
passed
center.
up on Eklund? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Braden
What
Coots,
is wrong with
center.
them? Braden Coots, huh? Wow.
Mhm, Braden
And to
Coots.
think that Eklund was right on their lap.
Right. Although ESPN actually predicted Braden Coots to go to Vancouver, surprisingly.
Okay, so
and their thought was Vancouver needs a center. They took Coots to the dinner at the combine. They have scouted him heavily over the last season and a half. They like how he handled himself through the combine, and basically with that, the other thing they're thinking is that Coots has a very high ceiling. So their thought is possibly become a middle six center, have good two-way game, off puck instincts, which would be really good, and produce up to 65 points a season.
yeah, I mean, it's very possible that he could turn into a damn good player for Vancouver down the road.
Mhm.
But this guy's going to be pretty good in general. I'm just stunned that I have a feeling though that he could turn into a good player. But listen, because of Eklund falling this much far down, because everyone was saying he's going to go here, he's going to go here, he's going to go
Right.
here.
Yeah,
Islanders
a lot of people were saying he was going to go within the top 10 to 15 at the most.
I mean, Eklund, I think, wasn't he projected to be in the top 15?
Yeah, he was projected to go at 11.
11. So this could be a steal if anybody takes it because like I said, the
Yeah. Or
Islanders
actually,
have
no. He was projected to go 12 to Pittsburgh on their second pick.
12. Okay, so the Islanders could easily take him with these two picks if they wanted to. At least one of them.
Yeah,
I would
they could.
I would be more comfortable because I see. Here's the thing. I don't mind if a team drafts 3 times in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
I just want them to do it right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, and Jackson Smith was projected to go at 11. So, I mean, if Pittsburgh would have taken Jackson Smith and Eklund, holy shit, that would have rebuilt them pretty quick.
Who, Pittsburgh?
Mm-hmm. If they would have taken Smith and Eklund, but they didn't.
I'm just saying, it's crazy how these kids are. What's it called? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But no, I was going to say, so one of the big things obviously that came out, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it on the air initially in the show because I know it was a big thing that wanted to get your thought of. But of course, there was the Noah Dobson trade against with the Islanders and the Canadians. And of course, what happens, Canadians get Dobson after he signed an 8-year contract extension worth 9.5 in annual value. And you guys got Emil Heineman in both of the Canadians' picks. So just to kind of give you an idea, the pundits are grading it as an A grade for Montreal. And they're actually giving the New York Islanders the same grade.
See, here's my issue with Noah Dobson. There's 3 factors about him. The first one is, yes, he's an offensive defenseman, but he's a massive liability in his own defensive zone. That's number 1. Number 2, the dude was legitimately, not even 3 days ago, was asking for the moon for his next contract.
Right? Yeah, we talked about it last night.
Yeah, he won at $11 million by the New York Islanders, and the Islanders said, no, we're not doing it. And they did the right thing by getting assets for him because the last time the Islanders had a first-round pick, they ended up, were unable to sign him because he said, please don't trade me. And then he goes to free agency and handled it very poorly and just happened to sign an extension with the Toronto Maple Leafs because fuck that guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I put it. But as far as Dobson, I wish him all the best with the Canadians. I just wish the relationship didn't end the way that I was hoping it would. You know what I'm saying? Because he does have value, and I think that he does have value with the Canadians, and he could be a good pairing defenseman with Lane Hudson. But I think that right now, I think the Islanders dodged a huge bullet with getting rid of Dobson because at least they actually got a decent return for him.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't kill your cap either.
It doesn't kill the cap, but they still have a lot of addressing needs that they got to take care of in order to make these moves. I would feel more comfortable if they at least used one of them and then trade the other one to maybe get a high-flying defenseman or, a top-6 forward. I would rather done that because the Islanders put the team in a cap strap where they can't do shit. Because there was rumors about J.G. Pajot. There was rumors about Noah Dobson, which got confirmed to the Canadians.
Right.
So all that, I'm sitting here thinking at the park, I said to myself, the Islanders got a good return because a lot of people thought that they were going to use those picks to get James Higgins. But that's not what happened at all. But what I think happened was all the teams that were in the top 10 said to the Islanders, we want a top prospect and we want your 2 first-round picks, but we also want other assets as well.
Right. Yeah, and it actually is kind of funny because I ended up texting my dad earlier when the Murtka pick was done, and he basically is like, haven't heard of him, I don't give a shit anymore. And he actually played for the Junior Sabres. That's how much he's out of it. Yeah, that's how much he's out of it now. And it was actually, it's just one of those things, we talked about it. We actually had a fucking Pagula sighting today in the draft.
Like on the Jumbotron? Because I missed the Sabres pick.
No, he was in the war room next to Kevin Adams.
Yep. Oh my god. There is a trade.
Okay. Wow,
we have a
second trade of the night then.
Tom, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to hear something here. Here we go.
Oh, they're just talking about the Dobson trade.
Yeah, so Lou Tort was pressing the trade button.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're just recapping the trade from earlier that we ended up covering.
That's probably, or maybe there's another trade in place. I really don't know.
No, you guys are on the clock.
Who is?
You guys.
Oh, I thought you said Philly. I'm like, how did
No.
Philly get in there?
No, you guys have the next 2 picks. All right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to throw something out. I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay, so for those of you at home, the Islanders, the last time they had 2 first-round picks was in 2018. They took a young Oliver Wahlstrom at number 11, and then at number 12 was Noah Dobson. So now the New York Islanders are in the same position again to pretty much repeat history, unless they make a trade with another team from 16 to 17, and then Calgary is up at 18. So unless something changes, I don't know, because this is likely going to be the last picks for the Islanders in the draft. But I knew there was speculation that they wanted to get back into the first round. But a lot of people thought that they were going to get the 2 first-round picks from the Canadians early for Noah Dobson, and they thought that they were going to move up into the top 10 and take James Higgins, but the price was too high. And I don't think it's not that I don't sit here and think that Darsh. I don't think Darsh was not trying. I think he wanted it to happen. I just think the value of the picks were just too high, and I think that's what it was with these 2 moves that Dobson made. So who the hell knows?
All right. Cheers, man. Had to break out the summer shandy for one more show.
The pick is in for the Islanders at number 16.
Okay.
Oh boy, I'm curious. I have a feeling that Victor Eklund's going to come here. Victor Eklund's going to go to the Islanders at number 16 because he is falling way too goddamn down at this point.
No, dude, he would be good value for you.
I've got to. You bet. You know what I'm saying? Like Darsh really put himself in a situation where, as a rookie GM, you trade one of your most caliber defensemen for 2 first rounders. Which, by the way, I think for Montreal, I think that is a huge overpay.
Yeah, they did a bit. And honestly, it's not as bad as what I thought initially with what happened in the Paterka deal, quite honestly. But, I'll tell you, the fans here still want Kevin Adams' head on a platter.
What, Tom?
Yeah, I'll tell you, the fans here, after that Paterka trade to get Doan and Kesselring, they still want Adams fired and his head on a silver platter.
Yeah. Oh, I think Bettman's reading a card that might indicate a trade.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. It's a pick. Let's see who the Islanders take. Here we go.
Is the team's biggest fan. He's best known for his role as Eric Murphy in Entourage. After selecting Matthew Schaefer with the first pick, now please welcome Kevin Connolly.
Kevin Connolly to make. It's funny because Ralph Macchio was at the draft party today.
Oh, nice. The original Karate Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had the Goo Goo Dolls come out for the Sabres pick. I actually got to meet Robbie Takek once. He's pretty cool. Plus, I was at that infamous July 4th show when I turned 21 and was completely...
Wait. Here we go. The Islanders are making the pick. Here we go. The New York Islanders select. Yes, let's go. Victor Eklund to the Islanders.
Ooh.
Let's freaking go.
There you go. You got some value out of that pick.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
There you go. Good right winger, too.
Yo, oh, wait. I forgot to get the confetti. Wait. Ready?
Shit.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, man.
Good thing I kept these. I'm gonna have them.
So for anyone who is wondering about Victor Edlund, I mean, he was definitely someone that was projected to go a little bit higher. He ended up falling down. But 5'11", 169 out of Sweden, and of course played in the Swedish major leagues and all of that. But basically, he was originally projected as a top 10 talent.
And the Islanders just so happened to grab him.
Yeah. And a big thing that they're saying, potential to produce 70-plus points a year on the top line, great forechecking ability. He's not afraid to hit people. Just totally fearless. And they actually compared him to Seth Jarvis.
Yeah, and you know what's even scarier? This is William Eklund's younger brother who got drafted by San Jose a few
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah. And just think about that. If you've seen William Eklund play, it's like his older brother on steroids.
So a handful of teams just passed up on him because of what reason?
Fuck if I know.
Listen, Buffalo, thank you for passing up on him. Pittsburgh, Philly, Vancouver, Detroit, Columbus, thank you. I appreciate you.
We have a shit ton of wingers. We needed a fucking defenseman, so. And I'm glad we got the biggest damn defenseman in the draft at 6'6".
Yeah, and I guarantee you, you know what's funny? Our buddy
And a
Rob
right-handed
Hazer,
shot.
our buddy Rob Hazer right now is punching the fucking air.
Oh, I bet.
Oh,
He,
he's
he was pissed on that Michael Misa pick.
Yeah.
Oh, man, he was not happy about that. He's like, why?
Yeah, Eklund to the Islanders at 16. Now the question becomes, um, now the question becomes, who did they take with the second one? What with the third first round pick that they have?
Yeah.
You took Matthew Schaefer, and then you
Yeah.
take Victor Eklund.
Yeah, so, I mean, right now, guys are having a solid draft.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And that one trade solidified the future so far.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here and sing kumbaya, but what I am going to do is just pretty much praise the idea that the Islanders just took a massive steal at 16 and took it. And guess what? The Islanders pick is on the clock again.
Okay.
So I
there
would
we
not
go.
be surprised if this pick gets traded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and by the way, at least the draft is making me happy compared to the Mets, who are right now absolute shit,
Eesh.
losing to the fucking Pirates.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw that they were playing the Pirates tonight too, and they were tied at 0 in the first. Last I looked, but
And since then, it's been a fucking failure.
oh jeez. Oh, you want to read some of the comments on Instagram that people are roasting Kevin Adams about, but before the draft started tonight? Of course,
Oh,
the
yeah.
usual fire Adams, and then nobody cares. Terry sell the team. Fire Adams, new GM. I wonder what future Stanley Cup champion Hurricane we draft tonight. Let's get a 5'8" prospect. Clown office. Oh, here's a good one. Someone get Adams a hair transplant.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, here we go. Here's an interesting one.
So apparently, Kevin Week. What is that?
I don't know what the fuck that is. But someone put that as like a meme.
Actually, what's funny is Kevin Weeks at 8:38. My phone was charging, and I was just coming home from the draft at that point. And what's it called? He just posted that the Islanders might be working on a trade at 17.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, they better do something here.
Oh, here we go. Here's an interesting comment. Terry Pagula was confused. He thought it was the Bills draft.
Fuck him.
Yeah. I still don't think that was Adams making that pick. That was Yarmo doing that.
Yeah, a lot of people are looking at the recent picture of Raiden Maturka going to the Sabres, and it's more of "Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah.
I've come to talk
Well,
with you
At least the
again."
good thing is, Yarmo's actually in the draft room tonight.
There's the picture. That dude just looks sad. I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's not a good look if you're being drafted by the Sabres. Listen, man, I'm sorry, but that's reality.
Yeah. Well, if he can develop well as that defenseman, I mean, shit, it's not bad, but at least he'll have Kesselring to go with him, so that's a big plus. And thinking about it this way, now you've got someone legit you can pair up with Darlene. You've got someone you can pair up with Power. You're finally building somewhat of an okay pairing.
Yeah. Oh, here's something else for you. Victor Eklund was ranked the number 2. I'm sorry. Victor Eklund was ranked the number 2 international skater prospect on NHL.com, and he's an 18-year-old with 19 goals and 12 assists last year. And let's see who they take this time.
Yep. They're walking out.
Let's see who they take with number 17.
Kayshawn Aitchison.
Boom.
Nice.
Kayshawn Aitchison. All right. Yay.
Yeah,
Petty.
he was supposed to go earlier too.
What's with the Islanders drafting black people recently? Isaiah George, now Caden Aitchison. It's like I'm not against the people in color
Yeah.
who can play hockey.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's like
Yeah, Kayshawn Aitchison out of Barrie of the OHL. So he was originally projected to go at 14 to Columbus, but basically with what they said is, I mean, straight up, raw defenseman. He could become a nightmare to play against, and he has good two-way value. And now they're also saying he does need some time to develop, but the thing is, he's someone that doesn't take shit from people, so it looks like you're getting a tough person here, which is good.
so the Islanders are having a pretty solid draft.
Yeah, 18 years old, 6'2", 199 out of Toronto, so yeah, Canadian kid right there. And then he was gold medalist with Team Canada in the World Championship, 8th most points in a single season by a Barrie Colts defenseman.
Yep.
So he can definitely play well. Just have him fill out a little bit, and I mean he can knock some people around. But it also looks like he skates pretty good too, just from looking at some of the clips. And I mean, they showed one he levels somebody with a shoulder, so that's good. Got some good hands.
So as of right now, I got to say the Islanders are having a pretty good draft in general.
They are. They got two good picks with value right there because, I mean, both Aitchison was projected in the top 15, so he fell a little bit. Eklund really fell because he was projected to go at 11. And then, of course, Schaefer, which was the big pick everybody knew that you guys were taking.
Well, apparently he was the third leader in the OHL among defensemen with goals at 26. He had 6 goals, 6 assists in the 16 postseason games for the Barrie Colts in the OHL this past year. But he was leading all defensemen third among that category in goals by a defenseman in the OHL in the regular season. That's pretty freaking good for a defenseman.
Yeah, especially and OHL. That's a tough league. So the fact that they were able to nail him, but no, it's good. It actually NHL.com has their thoughts on the Eklund pick for you guys. So he led the under 20 players in Allsvenskan in goals with 19 and 30. Ooh, sorry, burp for a moment. And 31 points in 42 games, and he had the most points by a teenage forward in the league ever since Nikola Pasic had 35 points in 45 games as a 19-year-old back in 2019 and 20. Great playmaker with good vision, creativity, and competitiveness. He also had 6 points, which were 2 goals, 4 assists, and 7 games for Sweden at the World Juniors as the youngest player on the team. So they definitely compared him to Travis Konecny in terms of his play style. That's a good comparison.
I can already tell you that the Sportsnet panel over in the Canadian markets for the draft are drooling over the Kayshawn Aitchison pick.
Yeah, he is a solid pick for you guys, and I mean the fact that he fell down that far, I mean, Darsh is getting really good value tonight. So this is a good first draft for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then let's see what else. So NHL.com, here's what they said with Radim Murka. So 6'6", 218, began the season with 1 assist in 10 games with Trinek in the top professional league in his native Czechia, but then he signed with Seattle on November 27th. Made a huge impression quickly with 35 points in 43 games. So he had 3 goals, 32 assists. He ended up splitting the 23-24 season between the Trinek's under 17 team and the Chechnya and then also in his junior club. So they said he's a mobile, strong skater, good acceleration and speed for a player of his size. Plays with confidence, makes life difficult on opposing forwards with his long reach, and can generate shots from the back end, especially on the power play. So basically they're saying with defense as a strength, having Dahlin and power, Murka brings a different skill set with his right-handed shot, and of course they said he's developed enough to be a top 10 pick with more to grow. And they said he is projected to be a top 4 defenseman eventually. And they said he can play on the power play and be an elite defensive player because of his reach and his skating.
Damn.
So I'm like, so this is like, kind of drawing comparisons almost. It reminds me when we first drafted Tyler Myers when he was like him being 6'7", obviously, and then of course he didn't pan out after his first season where he was just totally lights out. But if Murtka can be consistent and just really grow into the role and make it difficult, then there we go. Unfortunately, they didn't really throw a comparison for him though in terms of on the blog. But let's see. I just want to see if there's any other ones that a lot of the Sabre sites around here are very happy with that pick.
So a lot of fans are happy with the pick that Buffalo made.
Yeah, because they all think it's not Adams that picked him. So, but they did say, let's see, the score.com comparisons on Morris Sider, which we already mentioned earlier. And they're also comparing him to Tyler Myers.
Oh, God.
Which I'm like, if he's like Tyler Myers in his first season, okay, that's good. If he's Tyler Myers like in his second season, oh, fuck that.
Well, you know that, you know how this goes. Myers had a good year in his rookie season,
Yeah.
then he fell apart after. And then he was in that infamous Evander Kane trade 10 years ago.
Right. And then eventually he sort of found his own.
I mean, it's not a bad thing if you ask me, but Schaefer is going to be a very good defenseman for the Islanders moving forward. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's going to be a prolific player for the team.
Yeah. Yeah. And Cider, and just thinking about the comparison to Cider, I mean, that's a good comparison there.
Who is, do you happen to know if among the three, because you said Maturka is being compared to Moritz Sider.
Mm-hmm.
I saw one for Schaefer, for all three of the Islanders picks, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see the one for Schaefer, who they compared him to, because I said, Eric Carlson and maybe Bobby Orr, but I'm curious who scouts compared him to.
Yeah, so they said similar to Steven Stamkos.
For Schaefer?
Yeah, NHL.com. They said his style of play is comparable to Steven Stamkos.
Steven Stamkos, but he's a defenseman.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
So wait, they're comparing him to Stamkos, even though
Hold on. I picked up something else on here. I'm just reading through it.
all right, Calgary's pick is coming up.
Oh wait, no, they're comparing Misa to Stamkos, so that was like the wrong thing they had on here.
Ooh, Randy McDonald.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I already got praise from Ricky, our Avalanche friend. He said the Islanders are killing this draft, and I said, "Good, I love it."
Yeah.
To thank.
Okay. Someone said Schaefer's comparable to Miro Heiskanen.
Miro Heiskanen. Okay. So Miro Heiskanen. So Schaefer's being compared to Heiskanen. I'll take it because Heiskanen is a good defenseman.
Yeah.
What about Eklund, Victor Eklund?
Let's see.
The Steel Red when the draft picks go in tonight.
Travis Konecny, Jesper Bratt, and his brother William.
Wait, what happened? I'm sorry.
Well, the AI overview on here says he's similar to his brother William Eklund. Compared to, he's also comparable to Travis Konecny, and actually, there was a mention of Jesper Bratt.
Jesper Bratt. Okay. Cole Reshny just got picked 18th by the Calgary Flames out of Victoria. He's a center.
Okay.
And then what about Keishon Aitchison?
Let me see what we got here. Let's see. Two players that come to mind according to the AI profile on here. Jacob Trouba and Josh Manson.
Josh Manson and Jacob Trouba. Okay. Hard-hitting defensemen on both sides.
Yeah.
Okay,
physical game.
Okay, so the Islanders are really going all in on these picks.
Yeah, guys that can play big minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
Now I'm curious because now the Islanders now have three prospects. I'm almost suspecting Eklund is going to go back to the Swedish league, I would think, and
Probably at least another year.
yeah, he's going to go back to the juniors, and same will be said about Aitchison. Aitchison and Eklund will probably both go back to juniors, or if Eklund wants to go back to Europe for a year in the Swedish league, he could do that. But Schaefer, I'm the most confident
He's
is
probably
going.
he's probably going to be up.
Yeah, I think Schaefer among the three, because he's the projected first overall pick, I think he's going to be the one that gets the call to play for the Islanders in October. I would think.
Yeah, I certainly think that could happen. So it'll be interesting, from there. So far, some of the projections are saying that Merca is very promising, but still may need another year or so yet.
Eklund.
No, I mentioned Merca just now on the Sabres.
Oh,
So they
Merca.
say he might need another year yet, which, okay, that's fine. I mean, don't rush him.
Yeah, take your time with these kids because they're not gonna develop overnight.
Yeah, don't screw it up.
I'm just saying it's funny in a way because I would never think that the Islanders were gonna be this aggressive at the draft.
Hmm. Right. Yeah, I mean, they're going all in. And that's good. Darsh is basically making it known he's not screwing around.
So now that the trade is official, the final deal is basically the New York Islanders got Emil Heineman from the Canadians. They also got Victor Eklund and Keishon Aitchison for Noah Dobson. That's basically what it was. So
Okay.
basically, they got a fourth line winger for two prospects who we don't know their full potential for yet.
Right. But you got two very good prospects with value that could have easily gone top 10, top 15, and they slid down a little bit, and you're able to double dip.
Yeah. How much you want to bet the Canadians are going to beg for Dobson to get off the team in January?
I wouldn't be surprised if something like that comes up. If he ends up turning into a malcontent who wants more money.
It's very possible.
Yeah. But no, so far, there's not been a lot of surprises or anything crazy. At least, it's not like what we've seen in some of the previous drafts where there's just absolutely crazy picks. But at least right now seems to be going pretty close to what a lot of people have thought.
I would love for the Sabres to trade back into the first round, but while this is going on commercial, I am going to heat up my sandwich and eat
All
my
right.
dinner.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think, in terms of discussion, do you think that Buffalo is going to possibly trade back into the first round for your sake?
I would hope so. I really do hope so. The only thing is, if they're going to have to give up too much for it, then I wouldn't. But we'll see. We're
Yeah,
about
we'll see.
halfway through the draft.
Eastern, 7 Pacific, on pay-per-view. Buy an ESPNplus.com/ABV. Back here in Los Angeles with the 2025 NHL draft. First round tonight. The rest of the draft tomorrow. That's available, Megan Jacob.
Let's talk about Logan Hexler. Comparable like a Brandon Carlo and AA guy. A really great skater. Off the board a little bit from my side here, and he can throw mountain back. That's a great player, great work ethic. He fits that profile, but I'm seeing moving up a lot this draft, so keep your eyes on him.
Seems like a balloon too. Yeah, exactly. I don't believe this. Yeah, really values that. You look at their top-winning team. They have a lot of players that have jam in their jerseys. It's certainly expensive for a player that has that. They do have a lot of young forwards. That's going to accumulate. Dylan Hoffman, it's a great acquisition. 26 goals.
Right, and just for anyone who's watching, St. Louis is on the clock, so we got about a minute and 20 before they come up, and that's the pick. So we'll see that in just a few moments here.
This year. So they're going to talk nail this one. That said, Doug Armstrong has said doing a good job of the gymnastics sport, selecting 4 players from 2025 in gold that could throw in at least Robert Thomas. We thought Kyrie too, but we see you and I hearing a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
Even Kyrie's off the move this week.
Yeah, curious to see what happens with Brett Kyrie. He would have turned into becoming a top-end offensive player for the Blues. But a lot of discussion and certainly expressions of interest from many teams about this search. Right, Jimmy Slinger looks like he's going to be a pro, ready-made player. You never know until his college kids start playing. He looks really good in that playoff series against Winnipeg. As you mentioned, they have this pick right here, St. Louis, but their next pick is until the 5th round.
It's snoozy morning for them if they
They can sleep in. So you see the clock winding down as the St. Louis Blues are set to pick 19th overall with the Columbus Blue Jackets on deck. We'll go to Sean Dukes to pick us in.
St. Louis has the next pick. Get ready to laugh. Not at the Blues' next pick, but at this hilarious stand-up comedian. Live from the Blues watch party in St. Louis, Nikki Glazer.
All right, so St. Louis is now going to announce the pick.
ticket holders.
Yeah, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, we accidentally muted you.
Good job, asshole.
No, I think part of it was catching the sound. We just didn't want copyright. So
I see.
It's all good.
It's probably from my volume then, but
Yeah, we got Nikki Glazer up on the stage now.
who the fuck is Nikki Glazer?
Some comedian from the St. Louis area, so she's at their watch party.
Whatever.
Yeah. It's like, okay, yeah, stop with your 500-minute long speech and just announce the pick already.
Select.
Justin Carbonell.
Ooh, that's Guy Carbonell's kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right
Yeah.
winger.
Out of the Blainville, Bose Braun, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
At least, though, we can all come out of this draft happy because of the new CBA deal finally announced.
Yeah, they finally took care of that earlier today, so that's good.
Well, they didn't really have to make major changes, but they did, and it's nice. Supposedly, there's a tip going around at the draft party when I was at UBS.
Mhm.
Someone said, or at least in the media, that I think it was Pierre LeBrun. He said that Austin, of all places, Austin, Texas, is looking into throwing their name in the ring for expansion.
That's interesting because Austin's a growing city. They actually have a pretty good population size in Texas now, although it would still be small market, kind of like San Antonio, but definitely interesting to see that.
But the only thing is, if it becomes a team, and let's say Houston gets approved, you would have three teams in the Lone Star State.
Yeah. And that's saying something, especially when you look back to like the early 90s when they got their first team with Dallas. So,
Well, Dallas will be reigning supreme at that point.
right, of course. Yeah, so Justin Carbonneau, forward from Blainville, Briand of the QM, or the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. 62 games in the 24-25 season with 46 goals. So he's tied with for second in the Quebec Major Junior League. So interesting to see, and he had a shitload of assists on top of it.
Yeah, I can't believe this is Guy Carbonneau's kid.
Right, that's crazy.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of good things about Guy Carbonneau and his leadership roles, but maybe Justin Carbonneau. Didn't his father play for the Blues also?
I think he did at some point, and here's like what the NHL comparisons are saying. So they're saying he has like a similar playing style to Brock Besser and Ricard Raquel, and even showing some glimpses like JT Miller and Alex Took.
Alex Tuck, that's a good, interesting comparison.
Yeah.
JT Miller's an interesting one too.
Yeah, so that's not a bad comparison either way.
Let me ask you about the new Blues unis. The back of it, does it make you think of a vintage basketball jersey?
Yeah, it does make me think that.
I mean, I love the style.
Hmm.
It's just interesting how it's looked. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. But no, Guy Carbonneau had an interesting career, and I mean, he basically, well, let's see, he was drafted 44th overall in the 1979 draft by the Canadians. Let's see, he helped them get a Stanley Cup in 85-86, three Frank Selke Trophy wins in 87-88, all the way through the 91-92 season. Let's see, captain of the Canadians in 89-90. Then he won another cup in 92-93 against the Kings. He got traded to the St. Louis Blues in exchange for Jim Montgomery in
Jim Montgomery.
1994. So he played there for a season, and then he moved on to the Dallas Stars. Won his third Stanley Cup in 98-99, which, of course, you know what that means for the Sabres, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the no goal.
So that's what, 5 Stanley Cups he has?
Yeah, basically.
Gee, that's a lot of championships.
Yeah. Yep, and retired after losing to the New Jersey Devils in the Cup Finals the following year.
Why the fuck are they announcing the Jim Gregory Award at the draft?
I don't know.
Why are they doing that? Maybe you could have had the NHL awards itself rather than spewing it throughout the draft.
Yeah, really.
It's Jim Nell, huh?
Yeah, okay. Well, that's not a major surprise.
It's almost pointless.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's nice to have the awards, but it's almost pointless.
Right. Yeah. So apparently he also, when he was an NHL coach, so he was a coach for 3 seasons with the Montreal Canadiens. So he was fourth in the Northeast Division in 06-07, missed the playoffs. Lost in the conference semis in 2007-2008 to Philadelphia. Then he got fired after finishing second in the Northeast Division.
Pretty good overall.
Well, he's like 124-83, so he's over 500. But I think he played over like 1,318 games with let's see, 260 goals, 403 assists, 663 points, and 820 penalty minutes. And then had another 231 games played in the playoffs with 38 goals, 55 assists, and 93 minutes in the box. So he had a good career.
Definitely.
And, yeah, I mean, to win 5 Stanley Cups, I mean, that's Hall of Fame material. Easily.
Let's see. Quickly, and I definitely think it's been very interesting for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, it's... Yeah, because the
Who
Flyers...
was it for David Jarechek?
Yeah, I mean, because I know that they acquired the pick from Minnesota. And actually, Philadelphia, of course, I mean, they're going to be coming up again soon, so...
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Well, no, Philly traded it to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's true.
So the Flyers gave up 2 first-round picks to move up into the 12th.
Right. Yeah, so Pittsburgh will be up. So they'll be dipping again. Alright. What I'm going to do while it's a little bit quiet, I'm just going to step out, go to the bathroom real quick, and I will be right back.
Absolutely. So Jim Nell has won the Jim Gregory Award for GM of the Year, as it was just announced. Why did they pick the draft to do this? I have no idea. But as far as I'm concerned, right now, Columbus has the 20th pick on the clock. Then the Senators are coming up. Then the Penguins. Originally, it was the Flyers because they traded with Pittsburgh. You know, Pittsburgh got 22 and 31 from Philly for the Flyers to move up to 12. So there's a lot going on, you know, as far as I'm concerned. But we'll see what happens in the draft. I mean, there's plenty of options for what Columbus does with that next pick. Jackson Smith is off the board already. Yeah, so just for all the folks watching or listening, there will be a video on my channel that I will post on to BAD that my vlog will be out and ready to go for the draft party when it's all set and done. It's gonna be a good one overall. I'm excited to actually post it. So we'll see. But I am taking some time to kind of look over my film and then obviously post it. But then the following week, July 2nd, I'm going to development camp for the Islanders at the Northwell Ice Center in Eisenhower Park in Levittown. So that's gonna be fun. And I can't wait to do that for you guys. Because that means at that point, I get to show you guys the first view of the three prospects that the Islanders will be having into their farm in the next few years. You know, with Schaefer and Eklund and then Aitchison. It's going to be fun. And then you have Cal Ritchie in the system who could likely be coming up this year. And then you have, what did I say? Cole Iserman, who was drafted last summer by the Islanders. And then you have Quinn Finley coming up. So the Islanders have players in their farm, but they just added more to the core because they didn't really have a farm until now. You know, Darce just completely rebuilt that farm for the time being. So we'll see where everything goes from here. So Meredith Gaudreau is representing the Blue Jackets again for the second pick. We'll see where this pick goes. So she's back on the clock.
All right.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
I don't know if it's my TV or it's just ESPN in general. They feel like they're 10 seconds behind because Meredith's mouth's not moving, and it feels like it's AI afterwards.
Ooh, that's an interesting pick.
Who is it?
Peter Andrianov.
That's a good pick.
Yeah. Goaltender.
Peter Andrianov. Okay. Yeah, she had a hard time pronouncing the pick, but wow.
Yeah, Peter Andrianov. Yeah, goaltender of CSKA Junior of the Russian League.
And they drafted a goalie because why? Because Elvis Merzlikins might get traded in a few years.
I don't know. I thought it was a little weird to take the goaltender right now, though.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
Next up is the Ottawa Senators at 21.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you expecting from Ottawa right now?
It's kind of a tough thought here. So one of the things I wouldn't be surprised, and I know this player is still available, if they go for Lyndon Lakovic, who's out of Moose Jaw of the Western Hockey League. He's a dual threat winger, a lot of potential, physical player, 6'4", and easily should be able to fit in the top six. And the fact that he can actually play both ends is great. So it's just one of those kind of like a plug and play where he can make a difference on the ice.
Oh, Danil Prokhorov?
No, Lyndon Lakovic.
Maybe Ottawa takes him.
You never know. I mean,
Lyndon Lakovic.
Yeah, I mean, Danil Prokhorov is still available too. And actually, I wouldn't mind it if Ottawa were to take him. I mean, that'd be a hell of a player to get too, because the thing is that he's like a freight train. He'll just demolish everybody.
I wouldn't be surprised if Pittsburgh takes Lakovic. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, either him, throw Prokhorov in there. I mean, that either of those would not be bad players.
It wouldn't be, no.
Yeah. How was your sandwich?
It was very good. Thank you for asking. It's empty now, but I had from Subway earlier today because I told myself I was going to save it for later, and I did.
Yeah.
It's basically ham with tuna with pepper jack cheese on Italian bread with jalapenos and sriracha.
Ooh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, from Subway.
Yeah. finish up some pepper. Well, I ended up finishing up this stuff called, like, it's a 4 pepper turkey breast that I had, and had some sandwiches with that throughout the week. So that was some good stuff.
Do you like Subway?
Well, we have Subway up here, but no, actually, the 4 pepper turkey I ended up getting at Sam's Club. I could buy it in bulk and just make some of my own sandwiches with that and throw whatever on there, and it's all good. Throw some pepper jack on it and, some sauce, and there you go, man. It's not bad. Pretzel bun, even better. And of course, by the way, thanks to my mom for bringing me a big ass box of ribeye steaks too that I have in my freezer. so, I
Is
got
that
some
why?
got some good eating for a while.
I was gonna say, is that why it took a while for you to get on last night?
Oh yeah, bring me a big ass container, like a styrofoam container with dry ice. I'm like, all right, big box of ribeyes. I had to like clear out my freezer so I could actually throw them in there. But it's all good. Nah, she stopped over for a little bit, so
Megan Chaika, isn't that John Chaika's younger sister?
I think it is. Yeah, there's some good players still on the board though.
Blake Fiddler, that's Vernon Fiddler's kid.
Mm-hmm.
He's available.
Yeah. Cameron Reed's an interesting one. I wouldn't be surprised if Lakovic goes next, though.
I'm thinking Ottawa's working on a trade because the clock ran out.
Yeah, they could be. I was
I
gonna
think
say,
that's what's happening.
yeah, I was gonna say, when you were at the draft party, did you see Philadelphia's first pick when they had Charles Barkley announce it?
Yes, and that was the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my
I
life.
know, right?
Yep, there is a trade in place. The Ottawa Senators are trading picks number 21 to the Nashville Predators for picks number 23 and 67.
Okay, so they're just gonna drop down 2 spots. Okay.
I also saw Adam Sandler.
Yeah, that was
making the
great. Yeah, Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out on Netflix.
It still pisses me off that James Higgins is a Bruin.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go. Here's the trade.
Nashville Predators in exchange for picks number 23 and 67, both in this year's draft. Ottawa to Nashville, 21. Nashville to Ottawa.
Yep, the Senators trade 21 to the Nashville Predators for 23 and 67. That's a pretty cheap deal, if you ask me.
That's not a bad deal at all. You're only dropping back 2 spots in the first round, and then you're getting that second pick, somewhere in the third round. So that's not bad.
I'm still questioning some of Nashville's moves with Brady Martin going in at number 5. They could have took Higgins because I've heard leading up to the draft, the Predators were really big fans of him.
They were scouting them big time too. So it almost makes me wonder what happened.
With what, Nashville?
Yeah.
I don't know, but whatever it is that Barry Trotz is trying to cook, so far I am not really impressed.
Yeah. So he's still butthurt about the fact that he was from the island, so he's like, screw you, island kid.
I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I did hear that they were talking to the Predators about that pick to get Higgins, but Higgins obviously got taken, so there's that.
Yep.
So it's not like it's the worst thing in the world.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right.
Because Nashville is probably going to move up and get somebody they really like.
Yeah, definitely. And then, of course, for those just joining us, we're in the third hour of draft coverage here. So, of course, you got me, you got Hanson here, our usual draft special that we do every year. So, of course, if you're on YouTube and Facebook, feel free to give us a shout in the comments, say hi. If you're on Facebook and only on Facebook, give us a call, 929-605-2099. So, yes, I actually do have the phone line up and running tonight, which we haven't had any calls tonight. But
I haven't heard from John. Did you?
No.
And then he's gonna come on. He's gonna be like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I forgot about the draft party."
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we go about it solo and instead of having more co-hosts.
Perhaps. I mean, it's probably better that
I don't
way,
know.
but we can't just do all the things ourselves. Moving
Right.
forward with 86.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, if anyone's interested and wants to possibly come on next season, yeah, give us a shout. Let us know. We'll talk.
Yeah, we won't bite.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here.
All right. Nashville's pick is in.
Who is Nashville taking at number 21?
Let's see.
Got to be a player Nashville likes in that spot.
Yeah. I'm still surprised Columbus took a goaltender at 20 when they're not even in the top 20. Actually, not even in the first round.
Didn't they do this one year with Igor Chinikov?
Yeah, he was outside the top 200.
I don't even know what his production is as of now.
He actually turned out to be okay. He's serviceable. He's not like great, but he's not ass either. Actually, after a pick, I'll look that up.
Wait, an NFL tight end's going to make the pick from Nashville. Oh, God. It's George Kittle.
Oh, boy.
Why did they pick George Kittle?
What the fuck?
Fuck me, dude. Good pick, Nashville. Cameron Reed going to Nashville.
Okay, that is good. And they needed defensive help. Hey,
Well, Roman Yossi's not getting any younger.
Yeah, and defensively, they sucked last year. Like, toward the bottom of the division.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, for sure. And you know what I'm going to do, too? Remember the NFL draft we did back in April with Millman and Brittany and Rob and all those guys?
Yeah.
I'm going to take moments from the draft,
Mm-hmm.
from my perspective, when Schaefer was drafted, and your perspective.
Okay, cool.
It's going to be fun. I think that would be like the official first, like, I-86 After Dark kind of thing, but we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So, you want to hear what Yegor Chinikov's stats have been since he got drafted and made the jump into the NHL?
Yes, go ahead.
So, of course, 21-22 is when we covered it, and we were laughing our asses off when that happened. But he actually played 62 games in his first season. 7 goals, 7 assists, 14 points, 16 minutes in the box. He had a minus 27 rating. So then, no, and he had 1 game in the AHL, so he had basically nothing with that. Well, actually, he had 1 goal at 1 point, basically. 22-23, he had 30 games with the Blue Jackets, 4 goals, 9 assists, 13 points, 10 minutes in the box, minus 6 rating. Then he also split time with Cleveland, where he had 7 games with 3 goals, 5 assists, 8 points, and a plus 4. 23-24, 53 games with the Blue Jackets, 16 goals, 13 assists, 29 points, 6 minutes in the box. He only had a minus 3. And then, let's see, 23-24 with Cleveland, 3 games, 3 goals, 1 assist, 4 points, 2 minutes in the box. Didn't have a positive or negative rating. He was at 0. And then 24-25, he was strictly with the Blue Jackets, 30 games, 7 goals, 8 assists, 15 points, 4 minutes in the box, minus 6. So not horrible, not great, but not horrible. It's not like that Rasmus Ristolainen where we joke about the plus minus so bad. But although it was funny because in 17-18 when he was with Evangard Omsk, the U17 league in Russia, he had a plus 62 rating.
Interesting.
That's the only time he has ever had anything that high. And then the only other time he had a plus rating was basically in 2018-19 with the MHL at plus 13 and Omsky Yesterby A-League in the MHL, which was a plus 32 in the playoffs. So he's had some glimpses. He's like has some flashes, I guess, but I mean, it's not the worst I've ever seen. It's not the best I've ever seen, but it's definitely not the
No,
worst I've
but
ever seen.
definitely not. Oh, there is a comment that Matthew Schaefer made at the draft floor that
Mm-hmm.
I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah,
Want me to read it to you?
sure.
This is from Matthew Schaefer. He said, quote, "We're going to beat the Rangers every time we play them."
There we go.
Yeah, and this is after he gets drafted. And what's it called? He made this comment when he was in Spirit already, and the fans were at the party, of course. Obviously, I was there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, when you're making a comment about kicking the shit out of the Rangers, because fuck the Rangers, when you have a 17-year-old coming in, he's like, "Oh, I can't wait to pick the Rangers every time." Yeah, I'm excited
There
to
you
hear that.
go. Holy fuck! I'm looking at Rasmus Ristolainen's latest plus minus rating.
He's so bad.
Oh my god! You want to take a guess at what his career plus minus is now? It's fucking awful. Holy
Oh,
shit!
man. Jesus.
Oh, good lord! This
Like,
makes
that's
me
fucking bad, dude.
yeah minus 179. How the fuck do you have a minus 179 in your career stats?
Oh, man.
Jeez. And that's over 776 games he's played, and he's a minus 179.
Well, I mean, there's that, right?
Yeah, holy crap.
I mean, fuck.
Jesus, that is like horrific.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, holy shit.
I do hope, though, that Schaefer actually changes the Islanders around, and I think he will.
Mm.
Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you feel about, what's it called? How do you feel about, Radim Murtaugh? Murtaugh, whatever you say his name.
Yeah, I think it was a good pick, solid pick. We needed another defenseman. We got one. Now in the last 48 hours, we've got two right-handed defensemen, which we needed. So that's a big plus. I think if Murtka can develop the way that he can, and they don't rush him, I think that'll be a big help. That'll be a good thing for that defensive pairings.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Let's hang in the center back up.
Bill's on him to the Penguins.
Ooh.
Wow. Wow, Billy Zana is going to the Penguins at 22.
Interesting, right winger at the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League.
Wow. Bill Zonin.
Mm-hmm.
He plays for Ruin Noranda out of the Quebec Major Juniors.
Yeah, Ron Miranda. Yeah. Yeah, 6'2", 187, born in Montreal.
Mine is 179. I remember when the Sabres traded him to the Flyers and they got a first round pick for him.
Yeah.
I just remember laughing and I'm just like, are the Flyers that stupid?
Right. Oh, here we go. Bill Zonin. So he was originally projected to go 31st in this round. So a little bit of a reach, not too much. But basically they said he's a playoff performing forward with two-way ability, relentless playing style. A lot of scouts thought he would be a perfect fit for Philadelphia instead of Pittsburgh. But they said some of the best details about him: great forechecking, really good defensive instincts, and not afraid to go into the corners and the dirty areas and battle. And they said he's one of the more translatable games out of the rest of the players in this round. And they also think he's got offensive playmaking traits. So they said if he can get a little bit better with his skating, especially on the stride, then he's going to be a good spot in the middle six. Not
I
too
mean,
bad.
this is a guy with first round potential. I mean,
Mhm.
it's a first round pick, so you better hope for Pittsburgh's sake that he pans out.
Yeah. Apparently, Jesus was
Well,
laughing his ass off at that stat I just sent in our other chat. It game our first night there on the big screen.
I'm sure they did.
Seemingly, yes, I am. Here he is. This is your first time,
Was Senators at 23.
Yep. Got about 2.5 to go before the pick comes up. All right.
Next up is Ottawa at 23. What do you think?
Yeah, so this ought to be interesting also. And just trying to think who Ottawa should really take a look at.
What's it
I
called?
mean,
Yeah, Matthew George is on ESPN.
yeah. I mean, Lakovic's still around. Prokhorov is still around. Let's see. So you got two good forwards there. They don't need a ton of D, really. I'd say Daniil Prokhorov or Lyndon Lakovic. Those are going to be the two I would think. The two out of the two choices, I think one of them goes.
Only one way to find out,
Yeah, we'll see it come up here on the stage in just a few moments.
Yeah, like I was saying, Matthew Darsh is on is doing an interview on ESPN right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, if all three of his picks that he made in his first draft as GM pan out,
Yeah.
he's gonna get a lot of praise since Bill Torrey.
Right. Oh yeah, he'll be safe for a while then.
We'll just see what he does because you got to give him enough time to really develop the team and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
I actually have a question for Brush.
Yeah, what's up?
No, I said for Brush because
Oh,
when
okay.
yeah, because I wanted to ask him about this so-called surprise. He said that he had inside information about what was going on at the draft, and he said there was a big surprise, and he said he wants to tell me, and now I'm going to ask him what was the surprise.
Yeah, really. Be interesting to find out if he reveals the sources.
I'm going to ask him what was the surprise. Disappointment.
Really?
This is why I'm very, keen on the idea of Brush, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. There we go.
All right, let's see.
Ottawa Valley resident there, eh? I cannot tell you how proud I am to be announcing.
Yeah, he's got the pupper with him.
Overall, 2025 NHL draft.
Ooh.
Back to select.
Interesting pick.
Ooh, nice one. Logan Hensler, defenseman out of
Yeah.
Wisconsin.
Interesting. All right.
So Ottawa gets another defenseman.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think they were gonna go defense in this first round here, but gotta say though, not a bad move.
It's not a bad look, but the Sens don't really have anybody there. You know what I mean? Anderson to be the pairs moving forward.
Yeah, and he actually fell a little bit in the draft.
Unless
too,
Hensler makes the starting lineup in October at a training camp. Well, we'll see how he does.
Yeah, he was projected to go at number 20, and I mean he had 2 goals, 10 assists in 32 games with Wisconsin in the NCAA. So he ended up doing that, and a lot of the scouts are basically he was second on the team in scoring among defensemen, and a lot of the scouts are saying he's a good neutral zone and transition defender because he has really good mobility and it allows him to make proactive contact and keep a tight gap. Now they're saying he's a right shot defenseman, so he could become a quality number 2 or 3 defenseman if he hits the ceiling and continues to develop his offensive game. So Here's one thing I've noticed this year. There's actually been some right-handed shot defensemen in this draft, and that's not. It seems like it's a little bit more this year than we've seen in some previous years.
And there's also a lot of college kids playing in this draft as well.
Yeah.
A lot of them come from the juniors. So in a way, a lot of college kids, in the NCAA, like Higgins, for example, Hensler is another. A lot of them are coming to play college hockey.
Yeah. Yeah. So interesting to see like all the things that we have so far.
From what it sounds like, yes.
Mm-hmm. That beer is good. All right, we're down to our final 9 picks.
Well, you better hope they make it count.
Yep.
Next up is the Kings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually, some of the pundits they're speculating it may be Blake Fiddler out of Edmonton, a defenseman at the WHL.
For the Kings?
Yep. And basically, the reason they're guessing that is because the Kings have virtually no defensive prospects right now.
And Vladislav Gavrikov is going to be a free agent on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got to show you that picture with the first 3 picks of the draft. Schaefer, Misa, and
Yeah.
Frundell. I got to show you that.
Of course.
So I'm definitely gonna, as I was telling I was telling the audience when you went to go take a piss, was that I'm going to be making a uh, vlog about the draft party.
Okay. Well.
There it is. There's the pick that I was talking about.
Oh, nice.
And the nice thing too is me and Rob were in the top 3 this year for the picks.
Mm-hmm.
Me with the Islanders and Rob with the Sharks.
Yeah.
So you think LA is gonna take a defenseman?
Yeah. Well, they're hurting. I mean, they have like next to no prospects on the defense.
Well, maybe that's time for that. Maybe it's time for them to make a change and do that.
Right.
Only one way to find out,
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah, but I love the draft because it's like so much suspense and a lot of younger kids come up into the league and they start developing and stuff. So I'm excited, especially after tonight with the Islanders, with what they've been able to do. Because for me, they went from having one of the weakest cores in prospect like farms in the league to arguably right now one of the best drafts of all the teams this year so far.
Yeah. Yeah. Solid draft.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh might be in that category too because the Flyers did have 3 first-round picks and ended up trading both of them. Honestly, if I were a Flyers fan, I would not have been happy doing that, giving my division a rival, my biggest rival, 2 first-round picks, just
Right.
move up, 12, 13 spots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this whole system with how they're doing the draft, it feels like the NFL draft.
Yeah, it does in a lot of ways.
It makes it more interesting for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a little bit of a weird format initially too, and I was like, you know what? Hey, I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but you get used to it after a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it is
Apparently,
cool that they're letting. Oh, we have a trade.
okay.
Oh, the Kings are trading into the spot where the Kings are.
The Kings are trading to the spot where the Kings are.
Yep, the Penguins are trading into the spot at let let me actually reread this to you. Okay, yep, here's the trade. So the Penguins are getting picks number 24 in exchange for 31 and 59.
Okay.
There's the trade. Here we go. You traded it to the Penguins again.
Guys, like, what
Okay.
the hell is the matter with you? They were showing on the crowd.
Now you got all the Pens fans coming back from where the flying fuck they were. What, didn't they just draft 2 picks ago?
Yeah, they did. And now
Pittsburgh's really getting aggressive.
yeah, and they moved back up after they ended up trading those picks to Philly.
So let me get this straight. So the Penguins traded down 13 plus spots
Yeah,
with Philly. They got 2 first-round picks and
now
then
they're
traded them
trading back up.
to 24.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
in a way, this is something the Islanders should have done.
Right, because originally they ended up getting 31 from Philly earlier tonight, so now they swapped that pick with LA.
I don't know what it is, but I really like this format that the NHL is putting out.
Mm-hmm. That was interesting. So actually, they had a new video of the new Highmark Stadium in Buffalo today.
Did they?
Yeah, not sure if you saw it, but Deion Dawkins and Osiris Torrance actually went onto the soon-to-be field. So they showed them.
I did
there,
not.
and-
Did they put the grass on it?
No, not yet. They don't have the grass in there yet. But they took a walk around like some of the concourses, and they wanted to kind of get an idea of like everything. And apparently, they did like a touchdown celebration in there too. So
Interesting.
yeah, but I'll tell you, when I was out there just about a month ago, when I was part of that Holiday Touchdown Bills love story, it's that stadium is massive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this looks like. I actually saw a picture that came out recently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there it is. Osiris Torrance and Deion Dawkins on the
Yeah.
new Bills stadium. I have a picture of the new Bills stadium on my phone, and it actually has a really nice view on it.
Yeah,
I just
yep,
have to find it. Here it is. I found it.
yeah. It looks
Boom,
like
there it is.
yep. In that picture, the one that I sent, where it shows the two of them on the where the field's gonna be. Well, the scoreboard's gonna be like right up behind them, that wall where you see like the spot where like the stands are missing. So
Honestly, I cannot wait till I go to Buffalo in the near future for the new stadium. I'm excited to go
yeah,
back.
yeah. I'm gonna love seeing that new place once it opens. But I still
Yeah,
got
definitely.
yeah. But I gotta say though, being able to walk across the 50-yard line at the current stadium a couple of weeks ago, that is cool. That I won't forget.
Here comes the Penguins pick at 24.
All right, let's see what they do. What the fuck are they doing? Okay, so pick 24, William Horkoff, the center.
That's Sean Horkoff's kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's Sean Horkoff's kid.
Yep.
You know, his dad was a great player for the Oilers in the mid 2000s.
Yep. So let's see what this is here. I just want to see if he's in this.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not in the
Wow.
top 32.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that was a reach.
Yeah, he's one of only 3 players in the NCAA to play in that season with the Michigan Wolverines.
Yep.
Yep, just like I predicted, Sean Horkoff is his kid. This is, yeah, Will Horkoff is Sean Horkoff's offspring, which
Yeah.
is interesting.
Yeah, played over
And just
1,000 games.
and just looking at his facial expressions, I could see the traits. He looks exactly like his
Yeah,
father.
he does. He does. Yeah, 24, 25, 18 games, 4 goals, 6 assists.
I do wonder though if he was born in the United States or he was born in Canada.
Uh, Maybe interesting to find out. Let's see, he had 8 goals, 6 assists, in 28 games for the USA Under 18 League, and then he joined Michigan in January, where he had 10 points in 18 games. But it's weird though because when I look at like some of the scouting, I mean, he in a lot of cases he wasn't in the top 32, which is sort of interesting. So it may or may not be a little bit of a reach, but it also he had his bronze medalist in the 2025 U18. And Sean Rokoff played, of course, 16 or 15 seasons in the league. So
It's funny because it says Will Horkoff was born in Edmonton, Alberta. Obviously, his dad played for the Oilers at that time, but
yeah, they're showing on ESPN though, Birmingham, Michigan.
that doesn't make any. Maybe he has citizen. Maybe he has U.S. citizenship.
Maybe.
It's very interesting. I think so far, a lot of people have said of all the teams that did really, really well in the draft, a lot of people are championing the Islanders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, you guys did have a good draft.
Even though this was one of the weaker ones.
Right. Let's see. Yeah, looking at the report on the hockey writers. So yeah, born January 23rd, 2007, Birmingham, Michigan, USA, 6'4", 181. Shoots left. He's a center. First year eligible this year. And let's see. Team developmental program and made the jump into the college ranks and made an immediate impact with them. He likes to do it on both sides of the ice. So makes his presence felt on the forecheck, being one of the first guys to attack and making sure the other team is aware he's around by throwing his body checks around. And then they also mention outside of the offensive zone, his defense is fundamentally sound, and he's all over his opponents on the back check and engages well in battling on the boards. So definitely good both sides, which is a big plus. And then they also said he has flashes of having good hands, but has more of a go to the net and cause havoc type of style versus trying to be a playmaker. So, all right, that's not bad.
Well, the scouts are already comparing his play to Lawson Cruz. Different than when he looked like when he was in his playing days.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Pretty much right away. Why was that? He just loves it. And
Yep. Next up is the Blackhawks at 25.
Okay. Huh. Apparently, Hockey Writers is saying that there's rumors of Darnell Nurse possibly getting traded.
You know, that's actually funny you said that because I actually read the same thing. Supposedly, Darnell Nurse was supposed to get traded today, earlier this morning. He was supposed to get traded to the Pittsburgh Penguins, and nothing has materialized.
Yeah. And then on top of it, then they're also saying Evgeny Kuznetsov is making his NHL return and could possibly sign next week. And then on top of it, I'm trying to think. What else they got here? There's speculation Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen might have been available, but it turns out he's not.
It's interesting. I don't think the Sabres want to get rid of UPL anytime soon. I think they want to get. Well, the thing is, though, he's been in the league now for what, 8 years, and he hasn't really proven anything.
Right.
I know he was on the Sabres, I get that, but it's like at that point, he's like, my God, you know, if he was on a better team, then I think he would actually succeed. Like if you put him on like the Blackhawks, even though they don't need him because they got Spencer Knight.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Right. Oh, here we go. So her friend Andy here is basically saying Darren Dreger's reporting it's primarily Vancouver, Vegas, and LA that want Bowen Byram.
Vancouver, Vegas, and LA want Bo Byram.
Yep.
Interesting. Did he write that in the comment section or like where?
No, he private messaged me.
Interesting. There's a guy that was at the draft party who met Shannon Hogan, and he's going around the draft floor with a shirt that says the Rangers suck.
That's no surprise.
And you know what I'm gonna say with this? Oh, and you know what's the funniest part about that shirt?
Hmm.
It's signed by Casey Cizikas.
Oh, even better.
You know he wanted to. There's the guy I was talking about. I saw him at the draft party. I didn't acknowledge him, but yeah, he had that shirt that said Rangers suck.
Mm, there you go. Yeah, every so often how I think I've shown you a couple clips of it. I watched that YouTube channel Smoke and Scan, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of funny. Like I saw this one thing, and he does like police chases, but he also has the LA City Council on a couple times a week. And this one guy who is there who usually speaks like in front of the government and everything, of course, they can't restrict you from certain shirts and things like that. So, hold on, I'll tell you in a moment.
Jesus Christ, who's making the pick for the Blackhawks?
Well, Ronick did earlier.
I grew up in Montreal.
Oh,
and as a
shit.
Montreal Canadiens fan, I'm proud to turn myself into a Chicago Blackhawks fan for the rest of my hockey career by announcing with the 25th overall selection in the 2025 NHL draft, my team, the Chicago Blackhawks, are proud to select from the Muskegon Lumberjacks,
Ooh.
Nestrasil.
Wow, Vakov Nestrizzle. Very nice
Whoa.
pick from the Hawks.
They got, right wing help.
Didn't Chicago have 3 first rounders, or did they only had 2?
They have at least 2.
Okay, so because I was so inept about the Islanders with
Ooh,
the 3 first round
that's a
picks, and the
big
Flyers
ass
had 3
winger
first round.
too. Six
Yeah.
foot six. Holy shit.
You know, it's funny. I actually just read the new Islanders core moving forward.
Yeah.
So basically, the Islanders turned Brock Nelson and Noah Dobson and a loss to the New York Rangers into Cal Ritchie, Matthew Schaefer, Victor Eklund, Kayshawn Aitchison, Emil Heineman, and a first rounder from the Avalanche in next year's draft.
That's a good move.
I mean, that's basically what it turned into. And I was mentioning this earlier. So if you look at the Islanders now, this is their new core moving forward. They
Mm-hmm.
have Cal Ritchie, Matthew Schaefer, Victor Eklund, Kayshawn Aitchison, Neil Hyman, and then you have Quinn Finley and Cole Iserman. So the Islanders have a pretty good foundation of players that are starting to come up.
Yeah, for sure. So
So I'm excited to.
Oh yeah. No, go
And
ahead, finish your point.
what I was gonna say is that I'm pretty fairly excited about this.
Yeah, it's definitely a good draft. And so we got a little bit of an update here in terms of ball games going on. And I'll tell you, Atlanta is getting their ass handed to them 11-0 against the Phillies. You don't want to know how the Pittsburgh Pirates Mets game went because that was absolutely disgusting.
I know it was 9-1 or
Yeah.
9-4 or something like that.
Could be worse though. Could be Tampa Bay. They got the shit kicked out of them 22-8.
Yeah. Wait. Here's something from Noah Dobson because this little greedy bastard decided to say something.
Yeah.
He said that it was a stressful experience, that he's getting married on Monday. Yeah, Monday. Who gets married on a Monday?
Yeah, right.
And so it's been stressful the last few days. He said he knew a trade was coming at some point, and he thanked the Islanders that they handled the situation.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. So, anyways, and the only reason that the Mets actually got a run is because Juan Soto crushed a solo shot. But apparently, in Kansas City tonight, Ohtani blasted one into the fountains.
Well, I could definitely say Soto is starting to pick up, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but no, actually going back to that smoking scan episode. So how I was mentioning how they have these people that speak, and there's like a bunch of characters. It's absolutely hilarious, and some of them you think would be strung out on drugs when they address their grievances or whatever. So this one guy who's on there, and he always like speaks in foreign languages, and he'll just be crazy. He wore a shirt one day earlier this week, and it said on there, "I love eating ass." And they picked it up on camera. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, that's good.
Here comes Nashville's pick.
Okay.
Please welcome Jordan Davis, whose new album, Learn the Hard Way, comes out this August.
Oh.
What's going on, Fred fans? Jordan Davis here.
Oh, Jordan Davis.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go. Here's the Nationals pick.
Nashville Predators probably select Riker Lee, Madison Capitals.
Interesting. Riker Lee out of Madison from the United States Hockey League.
Okay. I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah. What makes you say that?
Well, just not projected in that first round. I mean, it's not too far off, but I don't know, just a little stretch.
Well, think of the nicknames that he can be given if he turns into an NHL star. Riker Lee. He could very much, the nickname Riker's Island would be great in Nashville. Because he could be a good defensive forward for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
We really don't know what Nashville brings to the table yet with this guy, but we'll have to find out.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's it called? 58 games, 31 goals, and 37 assists this past year with Madison in the United States Hockey League. And he's going to be committing to Michigan State next season in the 25-26 season.
Nice.
Like I said, if these teams develop these kids right, they're going to be in a really good, situation moving forward.
Yeah, they would be.
I can definitely tell you, Rob's going to be really pissed off about what's it called? He's going to be really pissed off in the next couple of years when the Islanders play the Sharks, and then you have Victor Eklund playing in the blue and orange, and you have William Eklund who's playing for the teal and blue. It's like, oh my god.
Right. All right. I'm just gonna go through something out, and I will be right back.
Because they're really going for it.
Well, the next team up after Nashville is the Washington Capitals. So we'll see what the Caps do from here. So we're already halfway done with this draft, and it's almost 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here in Long Island. So the Caps are up. So it's 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So we have 6 more picks until the end of the first round, and then rounds 2 through 7, which is an all-day event for all the scouts and all the GMs to have their names called. So we'll see where everything goes from here. I am interested though, like what everyone else does, with the Caps and then the Hurricanes for that matter. I mean, these are all the teams that pretty much did not make the playoffs, but these are all teams that got rid of their first round picks.
All right.
All right. You didn't miss much yet. The Capitals are on the clock at number 27.
Okay. Good stuff.
Oh, by the way, did I tell you in the CBA's new bargaining agreement that the NHL and the NHLPA agreed in the new CBA that net guards will be mandatory for all players entering the NHL in 26 and 27 and beyond, and the players that have played at least one game prior to then would be exempted from mandatory net guards.
No, that is new. So.
Well, I guess they don't want any accidents happening again.
Yeah, we've already seen some of that.
So apparently, Kayshawn Agentson's nickname is Cash.
Okay.
KSH. KASH.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Gotcha. Alright.
Let's see.
We dodged one. Be as strong as self.
I wonder what the Caps are gonna do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're gonna have to address some needs.
Texted you guys, I was I put out that got first this morning. I thought you said you know what. Make sure you inside. That's why with AT&T.
You know, people who said you've done a stuffed crust pizza before to compare it to our new stuffed crust. Only Domino's is never so I'll be that shelf that won't
Yeah, Montreal Canadiens fans are pretty happy about the Noah Dobson trade, but they little do they know that he's a massive liability in his own defensive zone, and they're gonna cry and bitch about him in January.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, listen, the Islanders did pretty decent for themselves, getting two young players that a lot of people have been praising. It went from being, oh my God, they didn't get James Higgins to,
Mm-hmm.
okay, you walked away with two other younger players that could fit into the system pretty, frequently.
Right. Yep.
So, so there's a couple of people that are still available on this board. Lyndon Lekovic is available.
Mm-hmm.
Blake Fittler is available, and
Yep.
so on.
Yep.
Oh, all right, here comes the Capitals at number 27.
All right. Let's see what they got.
Here we go.
2025 NHL draft. The Washington
Lyndon Lakovic.
The Moose Jaw Warriors. Lyndon Lakovic.
Okay, that was a player that you thought Pittsburgh was going to take.
Yeah, I thought he would have gone a lot earlier, and he didn't. But you know what? I have no problem with this move for Washington. Actually, I think it helps them improve quite a bit because they definitely do need another left winger. And the fact with what he's able to do, which I mean, I'm surprised Pittsburgh didn't take him and he dropped down as far as he did. But quite honestly, with what he's gonna be able to do, 6'4", good size, should be able to fit in the top six, could play with any of their centers. All he has to do, he just has to get a little bit more physical, but he's a legitimate dual threat, so that's a plus. And he's got a good
Yeah,
power game on him.
absolutely. And what's really interesting is his uncle was Sasha Lekovic, who played in 37 NHL games with the Devils.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so pretty good pedigree there.
That's interesting. So his uncle played in the NHL. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Sometimes it's crazy in genes in sports that sometimes the dads are worse than the sons, and the sons are sometimes better than the dads.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that can happen, and it's just interesting when that fact comes up because I mean we've seen that in some cases where the dad's better than the son, but then there's other cases the son's better than the dad.
Well, for instance, probably the most famous one is the Kachuk brothers. Matthew Kachuk is much, much better than Keith, no
Yeah,
question at this point. I mean, Keith was great, but I don't know if he's better than Brady. Brady's a pretty damn good player.
yeah, he is, and he's someone you don't want to face on the ice.
Capitals family. Putting it out last few picks, hoping you be there. And glad you came to us.
Thank you guys. It's a huge honor. I couldn't be more thankful and happier for this opportunity to get into this. So thank you.
Yeah. So we're down to what, 5 picks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually we're on pick 28.
28. So
Yeah.
28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Yeah, five. We have 5 picks left.
Yeah.
So Lyndon Lekovich has a quality shot at dangerous off the rush, finding space in the offensive zone. His improvements could be physical consistency, and then he's actually being compared to Anthony Mantha.
Okay, that's not a bad comparison there. Mantha's a good player.
Superstar by any means.
Right, right. But he's definitely a decent player, though.
Yep. Next up is Winnipeg. I'm curious who takes him. What the Jets do here.
Mm,
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a trade here. I wouldn't be surprised. The Jets trade out of the first round.
yeah. I say, is it me or with like the number of trades this year, we really didn't have a whole ton.
I think there were 3 or 4 in the first round this year. But
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
but,
three.
well, I
Wait
mean,
a
if you
minute.
count the Dobson trade, then like unless you count the Dobson trade, then it definitely, gets added considering it was revolved around 2 first round picks.
Right.
Okay, so the Jets. Hey, you know
Yeah.
what's crazy is Roger McQueen is already in fucking Anaheim at Disneyland.
Yeah, I saw that. They had some of the cast of the original Mighty Ducks on earlier when they did that pick.
Yeah, here's my understanding. Why is it that he's the only one that left the building and is at Disneyland of all places? Like, why is he was going on a helicopter and then he goes to Disneyland? It's like, is
Right.
he a character? Is he a character guy? Like, is he the best draft pick since sliced bread?
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. It's like I don't get the reason for it.
I don't mean Anaheim and LA are pretty close to each other.
Hmm. Yeah, they are.
Other goalie and one of the league's really good guys, Eric Comrie.
Okay, let's see. Who do the Jets take at number 28 here? Oh, Eric Comrie. Oh my God, they got Eric Comrie to announce this pick.
Wow.
Wow, like, did the Jets have a hard time getting Teemu Solani?
Yeah, really.
NHL draft, the Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from the Boston University, Sasha Boumedienne.
Okay, Sasha Boumedienne is going to the Jets.
Okay.
He talks way too fast.
Hmm.
I almost had to slow down just to hear him, but it is what it is.
Yeah, he was definitely projected first round and Finland defenseman. He's got some good comparables, so that's a big plus.
I mean, from the Jets' perspective, I mean, if you're gonna bring in your backup goalie to make picks, maybe just make it just easier for everyone for Gary to call out the player at this point.
Uh,
I mean, really, I mean, are you that fucking desperate that you needed Eric Comrie of all people to be the guy to represent the Jets?
yeah, really. And a
Like,
lot of people know he's not exactly that great of a goaltender, anyways.
no, that's the point. That's like I'm gonna use football as an example. That's like if the New York Jets got the third overall pick and the closest they got was Sheldon Richardson.
Hmm. Yeah, bad enough we had to watch games with Eric Comrie here in Buffalo because he sucked. In fact, actually, remember when I want to say, remember when we did that Buffalo After Dark episode and Andy had that big ass meltdown over the goaltenders when we brought Comrie in?
Yeah,
That reminds me of
I
that.
remember that. Well, it wasn't Comrie. It was it wasn't Eric Comrie. It was Craig Anderson.
Wait, no, wasn't there like some other backup that he flipped out about because I mean I know he didn't want Anderson, but
Yeah, he didn't want Anderson, and he also flipped out about Aaron Dell.
okay, that's the one I was thinking about. Yeah, because Comrie's not good, but Dell sucks. And not the computer, the goaltender.
Outstanding job of, again, assembling talent, but developing a lot of these young players into prospects, into young men. So shout out to Pando.
Yeah. Now I'm really questioning everything else in between here as far as what Carolina and San Jose will do with these picks because realistically anything goes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Then at number 4, Winnipeg Jet. Tons of upside, tons of talent. And the Jets get a defenseman for their future. Slowly winding down on the clock next, the Carolina Hurricanes. Followed by
All right. So Carolina is up at 29.
All right.
the NHL draft in Los Angeles continues and wraps up after this.
He always covered your weight. Me too.
Discover the power. We go.
Miss McGovey lost 35 pounds.
Well, we're almost done with this draft. I mean, I got to tell you, it's probably one of the more interesting ones, definitely for sure.
Yeah. And there honestly wasn't a whole lot that was really out there that we would have thought would have been like totally crazy. Which is a good thing because we've had
Yep.
some years where it's like, what the hell is this pick all about?
Well, I think to some teams' defenses, they went other directions and other differences. But I mean, Vancouver had a chance. San Jose had a chance. No, not San Jose. Philadelphia. They all had chances to take their guy, but some teams just took an advantage and ran away with it. That's
Yeah.
kind of how I look at it.
Yep. Mm. It depends. I mean, if there's some. You're on.
Oh shit!
What's
Now
up?
I'm on.
Yeah, you are.
Cool. By the way, there's a trade taking place between the Hurricanes and the Blackhawks.
Okay. Let's see what this one's all about.
Well, Elliot Freeman just reported it sounds like Chicago's moving up into Carolina's spot at 29.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, about that.
Yeah, they want to get some more help.
They're now a contending team. But I'm with you. I think they need a piece or two to put them over the edge. To just give them that extra. Why? They chose got what exactly. Gensel ran for sure. But there was no retention. Right. They're both playing all three. Exactly. That's the key. Yeah. So, but I'm with you. They're going to get some game-breaking, game-changing type players in their group that can complement where they're at. Because that's what it'll take for them to get past for the Panthers.
You take the swing, right?
Exactly. 100%. 100%. Wonder if there might be a trade as the clock is run out. They're taking some time. Carolina doesn't have a second-round pick. I don't know if anyone wants to get back in the first and make a pick.
Eric did tell me that they have a good stock of picks and prospects. And again, he was hoping to leverage those high
All right, come on. Either make the trade or do the pick.
I think they're just finalizing it. So, my guess is that it's going to push Carolina out of the first round, and Carolina is going to get a second round pick into tomorrow from Chicago. That's my guess.
Seconds. And you can always leverage those too.
Absolutely. It's when you're in the rebuild zone, lower guards the board, you never know what will hit. So if you want to take it, you must go get that first round pick.
So, like I said, as soon as Bettman pushes that big trade button, it's all going to come down, and then, time's up. So, a trade is definitely in place.
Right.
They're knocking off the Eastern Conference. They're one of the top teams in the league. They're one of the top teams in the conference.
So when I was at the draft party, what did you cover? I'm curious.
So pretty much all of the initial picks. It started it up right at 7, so we went right into the draft. Covered a couple of the trades that happened yesterday and today. Talked a little bit about the bargaining agreement, a little bit of baseball. That was about it. It's mostly all draft stuff.
Well, yeah, today's the draft, the first round at least.
Right.
But I do want to say thank you for covering
Mm-hmm.
because honestly, if it weren't for the Islanders to get the first overall pick, I don't think I'd be here right now.
Right. No, I gotcha.
It's not easy, and I know you've done it before, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Here we go.
Press the button. Okay.
Lot going on here, but it sounds like a lot going on in the NHL draft too. So I'm going to toss it back to Gary Bettman. Start that.
There it is. Took him a while.
Mm-hmm.
Trade alert.
This year's draft to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for picks 34 and 62 in the 2025 NHL draft and a fifth round pick in the 2027 NHL draft.
Okay, so what is a 32 and 64? He said.
Yeah, so I think it's 32 and 64, so they didn't trade down much. Just trying to see if there's anything else on the screen here. Once it comes up.
So Chicago is now back in the first round for the third and final time
Yep.
of the draft.
Mm-hmm. And then we only have 3 more after this pick, and then that'll be it for the first round.
What happened?
Yeah, only 3 more picks after this, and then we're done with the first round.
Yep. So to give you an idea, the Hurricanes trade number 29 to the Blackhawks for picks 34, 62, and the Hurricanes are also getting a 2027 fifth round pick. I know Commissioner Bettman said it, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm just reviewing it for those who didn't hear it the first time.
I don't get the photo that look like me. Let's come here and see everybody that looks like me. It feels like home.
All right, let's see. Who are the Blackhawks taking with the 29th pick? So it's San Jose, LA, and then Calgary, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're right on that.
Yeah, what is this, like trade number 5 of the evening?
Yeah, I think it is 5 at this point. Yeah, so San
So
Jose, LA, and Calgary are next after this.
well, a lot of the trades were just pick swaps. It's not like a traditional trade where, oh, you trade a first rounder for this guy or anything. It's just pick swaps. Those kinds of trades I don't mind, but they're not really big impactful trades that you would be like, "Oh my God." Unless you look back on it and it's like, "Oh, a big name superstar player or something like that."
Right. It'd be like, holy shit, you got like the first coming of McJesus, and you got a bet, and in return, all you did was send back a bag of pucks.
Most than likely, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 10 seconds till the Hawks pick.
Mm-hmm.
beginning at noon. All right, the pick is in for the Chicago Blacks.
Finally, the third first round pick by the Blackhawks.
The Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from Edina High School, Mason West.
Ooh, wow, okay. Mason West, the center out of Edina High School in Minnesota.
Whoa. Okay.
A young high school kid is going into the first round.
Wow.
Wow, is right.
Holy shit. That's not something you see all the time.
Yeah, 6'6", 218 pounds, and he's 17.
Holy fuck.
And the Blackhawks just traded up for him.
They got their center.
Pretty much.
Oh, man.
Next up is San Jose at number 30.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the sick thing is, he also has just finished his high school football career.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dual sport. Holy fuck. And he is he's the highest rated high school hockey player in this year's draft.
Yeah, and look at him side by side next to Bettman.
He's fucking huge. Like,
and he's a center.
Bettman's head only goes up to his shoulder.
I mean, is he trying to one-up Tage Thompson here?
Yeah, really.
I mean, centers at his size don't come around too often. And if it works out, the Blackhawks may have just got a gem.
Yeah. Oh, and he's going to play for Fargo in the USHL, so he's going to get some good development time.
Did the kid even graduate high school yet?
Just did, I think. Oh, and even better, and he committed to Michigan State for 26-27.
So he's going to be playing college hockey for a few years.
Yeah. He's going to do development league his first year, then he's going to do college hockey. He was also a quarterback for Edina High School. 2,592 passing yards, 37 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions in the 2024 season. Holy shit.
So Mason West didn't get his little greeting like he was supposed to.
No, he didn't. Oh, there he is.
I'm shocked the Blackhawks didn't trade it up for this guy because I didn't think they were going to begin with. For one, that dude is fucking huge.
Yeah, and he put on like 10 pounds compared to earlier in the year with the initial scouting too, because he was originally projected at 6'6", 208. So he put on some weight and put on some muscle. That's good.
He's gonna be a damn big kid for sure.
Yeah. Number 27 on the Central Scouting's final ranking of North American skaters.
Yep. You know who he reminds me of? Mm-hmm. He reminds me of J.J. Watt because J.J. Watt played college hockey for Wisconsin, and then he ended up playing college football, and he went into the NFL.
Yep. And then he was drafted 75th overall in the 2023 USHL Futures Draft. So there's that, and he turns 18 in August, so that's why he's eligible.
What did you say he was the best what? He was the best player in Edina or in the state or in the draft, or what was it?
Highest rated high school hockey player so far in this year's draft. So better than all of them.
Yeah. In the draft. Yeah, so far it's been pretty interesting. So there are 3 picks left. You have San Jose, LA, and then Calgary.
Yep.
Blake Fiddler's still available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of surprising too, because I thought he would have gone a little bit earlier.
You would figure because of all the hype around him, but I guess not.
Yep. I will be right back.
Yep. All right, so San Jose is up on the clock at number 30. We are down to just 3 picks left, and we will be signing off for the 2025 draft. and Tom and I will be back for our last episode for season 5 of Buffalo After Dark on Tuesday at 8 p.m. When we tackle free agency, and that's going to be interesting. And I mentioned it earlier, July 2nd, I will be at the Islanders development camp, the blue versus white scrimmage game, and I will be getting to see the 3 newest prospects for the New York Islanders on Wednesday. So that's going to be very exciting, and I can't wait to see what they do. All right. Oh man, you're so desperate for somebody to represent the Sharks, you get a fucking wrestler. Hey, let's see. Joshua Ravensbergen out of Prince George in the Western Hockey League. A goaltender? Oh my God, Tom's gonna freak out. Josh Ravensbergen. So I guess this is the replacement, I guess, down the road to, I guess, replace Alex Georgiev or Mackenzie Blackwood. One of the two. At least that's my guess. Because Yaroslav Askarov is still developing in San Jose. So this is a very interesting pick. But I don't understand something. Why are the Sharks drafting a goalie this late in the first round if you traded for Askarov last year and then you have 2 solid backups in your core? Unless Georgiev is a free agent, which I'm not saying Ravensbergen is gonna play right away, but what I'm saying is that San Jose now has 4 goaltenders in their system. It's very strange. I will say that. I mean, he's tied second in the WHL with wins with 33, and he's tied third in games, which is 51 that he played in that year. So this is a very interesting ordeal for the Sharks. It's like, why exactly did you get a goalie? And he's 12-4 in his last 17 starts this past year in the Western Hockey League. So there's that. But again, why did San Jose take a goalie in the first round? And he also led the WHL in 6 shutouts nearly 2 seasons ago. This is going to be a very interesting argument. I guess the only reason why the Sharks made this ordeal is so that. Oh, here comes Tom. All right, Tom. The Sharks made their pick.
Yeah, Joshua Ravensbergen.
You're. Yep, a goaltender out of Prince George in the Western Hockey League.
Oh fuck! Wonder what Rob's saying right now.
Rob, he said he's surprised, and his argument is because the Sharks don't have goaltenders in their system.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
And then there were 2. San Jose gets the first overall pick tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh boy, we have some breaking news out of Seattle.
Okay, what's up?
Kraken GM Jason Botterill confirms that the team will not buy out Philip Grubauer after a poor statistical season. He says that they'll work with him and try to improve the team in front of him. He said, quote, "We believe that Philip can bounce back from that situation."
Ooh, okay. They're gonna stick with
Oh,
him.
great. So, okay. San Jose, Seattle, God. Seattle doesn't know what they're doing. You make these random trades, you hire an incompetent GM, and then so on and so forth.
All right. Oh, here's a fun question for you. Who's more incompetent, Botterill or Adams?
Adams, definitely. I have a better one. Kevin Adams. I have a better one. Kevin Adams or Mike Milbury.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on, Lightning McQueen. Have to do that.
They're showing them at the Disney already.
Why are they showing Roger McQueen at fucking Disneyland? He's probably the only player to ever be drafted that says, "Oh, I'm happy I got drafted. Let me go to Disney."
You do know ESPN's owned by Disney, right?
I, yeah, I know that, but they don't own the Ducks anymore.
Yeah. Well, apparently, I guess I guess the Ducks have like the rights back where they can call themselves the Mighty Ducks again or something.
Yeah, the Kings are back on the clock for their first round picks that they traded back with Pittsburgh a while ago.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So we have two more picks. We have LA and then we have Calgary, and then we wrap up for the 2025 draft. By the way, I meant to ask, is last night's episode up yet on Spotify?
No, I still have to run a couple things because I actually fell asleep pretty quick after last night. So
Oh man.
yeah, but no, I'll run both at the same time, so we should be all right.
Oh, here's something for you. The New York Islanders made three selections in the first round in the NHL draft for the second time in franchise history. The first time they did this was in 1999. The players that they took, number 5 at that time was Tim Connolly, number 8 was Taylor Pyatt, and number 10 was Branislav Meze, and number 28 was Christian Kodrock.
Mm.
So they had four first round picks in 1999, one of the worst drafts in the history of the NHL.
Yeah.
And I think of all the players from that class that panned out was Tim Connolly.
Right. Yeah, I see Rob talking about the basically Askarov and Carrier being the only goalies.
Interesting. I feel like the NHL is getting more and more hip over time. You notice that?
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Ooh, Henry Brucevich, defenseman out of London.
Ooh. Okay. Okay.
And when you come from the Love Night factory, BD, tell America what the Love Night
Okay,
do.
let me see where he was projected to go. He was actually not a big change. He was projected to originally go at 28 to Winnipeg. So
You know what I found out too is you ever hear of the story about Matthew Schaefer with his mother when she passed away from cancer when he was a young kid?
wasn't there like something crazy with it? I'm trying to remember exactly what the story was.
Well, his mom got really, really sick. I think she had breast cancer and she got very severely ill and she died a few years ago. So his dad and his brother were at the draft to support him.
Mm. Yeah, apparently I
So
guess she dealt with it for like at least 2 years.
yeah, well, I was gonna say was is that um Schaefer actually, if you notice the pictures when he went up to the podium with his Islander jersey when he got
Mm.
drafted,
Yeah.
there was a hockey fights against cancer. Yeah, he got a hockey fights cancer ribbon on his jersey
Yeah.
when he got picked. And he said that the about the Islanders, he said this is a high class organization. To do that for me, it means a lot, and it goes a long way.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, and they had that. Yeah, Sports Illustrated had that in there also.
Oh, and Darsh confirmed on ESPN about an hour ago. He said that they tried to move up when it came to James Higgins.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
At least he tried, so it's not like
Right. It's not
you
like
know,
he
it's not like he
says.
didn't try.
Yeah. It's not like he did nothing.
But then again, you know, you can only do so much, you know.
Mm. Right.
Oh man, one pick left.
Yep.
Get you to LA and work with developing into a first part of the LA team. Thank you. I'm super excited.
Yeah. What's it called? What's it called? I'm actually pretty interested to find out what's gonna happen on Tuesday night with our last show before we get off for the summer.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. It'll be a fun one to say the least.
Yeah, so Henry Bershowitz has elusive skating and he anticipates defensively with excellent puck movement. He has to limit his turnovers, but he's actually being compared to Damon Severson for the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Mm. Yeah. Here's an interesting interesting story about Matthew Schaefer on Yahoo Sports. So apparently, when he was here in Buffalo for the scouting combine earlier in the month, he actually spent the day at the Western New York Compassion Connection, where he shared a story about how he lost his mom, and then he also lost his billet mom playing for the OHL. And he ended up talking to kids between 7 and 17 who recently lost loved ones, basically to share his experience. So good for him. Good for him. And apparently, like, besides his
Yeah.
mom passing from breast cancer, it looks like his billet mom Jennifer died. Or actually, no, his mother Jennifer is the one that died after 2 years of breast cancer. His billet mom in the OHL, Emily Matson, died by suicide, and then the Erie Otters owner Jim Waters died from a heart attack, all within a few months of each other.
That's very sad, but you know what?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, he accomplished his goal and he got drafted.
Yes, he did, and he's still giving, and he's been giving back to other people in the meantime too. So good to see.
Everything. He's been there the whole way. He's kind of made the path for me to go play hockey and
Yeah, you know what? I gotta tell you, I'm really excited about what's it?
Yeah. No, that's hard to figure out the outside of the past either. I felt like she's speaking for a seal. Well, we can that's their own got to go. They wanted Brett Marchand. They had to deal with to get him at the trade deadline. What it feels like.
All right, let's see who Calgary takes with their last pick.
Mm-hmm.
Very
40 seconds left until the last pick of the first round gets announced.
Yep.
Here we go. The pick is finally in.
All right. Good.
Here comes Calgary.
2005 NHL draft on behalf of the Calgary Flames.
Now, there's a mustache.
That's Lanny McDonald.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Just before I make that pick, I want to say congratulations to all 31 players picked in the first round. To the players that have not been picked and believed they were going to be in that first round, I say come with the best attitude you possibly can tomorrow and prove them all wrong.
That's the way to be.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
That's the way. That's how you're supposed to approach it.
Yeah. Kick ass and take names.
No, it's especially we cannot get here without them.
All right, let's see. Who does Calgary take?
From the Arizona State University, Colin Potter.
Colin Potter out of Arizona State.
Okay.
It's a center.
Okay.
Again, a lot of college hockey players are coming out of this draft.
It's actually nice to see because we haven't had that. Like, it doesn't happen very often. Like, last several years, we've started to see more college players, but now it's like this year, there's a good chunk of them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so, as I say, what do you think overall now that we're done with the first round?
I thought it was a very entertaining draft. I was very happy with the results by the New York Islanders, for sure. I mean, maybe I'm just biased, but
Mm-hmm.
I think of all the teams that had the best draft, I would say the Islanders obviously had a really, really good draft. A lot of people talk very highly of them right now. I would most certainly say the Blackhawks had a really interesting draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did. I would say Islanders had a really nice draft. Blackhawks did pretty well. I will say, to some extent, I think Pittsburgh did okay. I do like Buffalo's pick with the defensemen, so that is certainly something that was needed, and I'm glad that we got that. And I think it's no thanks to Adams. I think it's all Kekalainen right there. And then I was gonna ask you, who do you think had the worst first round?
The worst?
Yeah.
Um, I'm gonna say the Flyers only just because they traded two of their first round picks to a division rival that's
Hmm.
literally across the state from you. And the Flyers could have kept those picks and they could have, maybe got another couple of players or so, but you did all that for two players. Yeah, you got Porter Martone, which is one, and I forget who the other one was that they drafted.
Yeah, yeah, Philly going in that way, not exactly the smartest thing around, but no. So basically, what happened is Philly ended up getting Jack Nesbitt is the other player.
Jack Nesbitt, that's his name. But I'm not crazy about Philly's draft. I just, I don't know what that draft from them really bothered me because it's like you trade your two first round picks to a division opponent that you hate
Hmm.
with the passion, but you were willing to do it anyway.
Right, and think about it this way: one of the picks that Philly traded when it went to Pittsburgh, they picked up Will Horkoff.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, they got a nice center out of that. Um, Seattle, I'm wondering what they're thinking to
I
some
don't know.
extent. I
The most
mean,
interesting. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, Jake O'Brien, okay, you get another center, but at the same time, I'm like, what are you doing for development on this team?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that Braden Coots going to Vancouver, mm, so so.
Who had the most interesting draft? I have to say the Ducks because of the Roger McQueen
Yeah,
status. He got treated like a god for some fucking reason that he went over to Disneyland as soon as he got drafted. Like, dude, you didn't win shit. You just got drafted.
right.
Like,
You just got
relax.
drafted, and everyone's like bowing down to you like you're the next McJesus.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like that line from The Big Lebowski. Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
But overall, did you have fun without me for a little while or no?
Yeah, it was a good time. We held it down. For some reason, the fucking weather radio is going off.
For the most part. But no, but I do want to thank everybody who stuck with us throughout the night to, listen to our shitty ass opinions. But you know, it is what it is. It was a good production overall.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye out for Spotify because the newest episode of Buff Left Dark and this live stream will probably get trimmed. I'm sure will probably come out in a few days. And then just keep in mind Tuesday is our last show for the summer before we
Mm-hmm.
get back in September as I-86 After Dark, and that's gonna run smoothly, I think.
Yeah, we'll have some new stuff next year. We're going to cover more than we do now. Well, actually, a lot of what we've done this season, we're going to keep doing. And I mean, you've seen us evolve from just Buffalo sports going into everything. So I mean, that's going to be big. We're going to have more focus on the downstate teams as well as here in Buffalo. So that'll be great. Oh, no wonder my weather radio went off. Looks like we're going to have some nasty thunderstorms coming in soon. So that's why, because I live near Fort Niagara and we have a lot of shit coming in off the lake, so that's that.
Yeah,
But no,
absolutely.
it was a good time though. I thought it was an interesting draft. I think this new format actually worked pretty well. So it's good to see. Obviously, if anyone wants to watch rounds 2 through 8, that's tomorrow on NHL Network and ESPN Plus starting at noon. Yeah, we'll be wrapping up the season early next week. So
Yeah,
for everyone that
and
joined
then
us, yeah, we appreciate it.
yeah, and also keep in mind Wednesday, July 2nd, I will be at the Northwell Ice Health Center at Eisenhower Park for the blue and white scrimmage for development camp. So that will be my first chance to see Matthew Schaefer and um, Victor Eklund. I had to pray for a little bit,
Hmm.
and Kayshawn Aitchison. I get to see all three of them next weekend at Eisenhower Park.
There you go. That'll be a good video. Yeah, good footage for the channel. So, there's
Absolutely.
always that. Yeah, and then next Friday, I mark another trip around the fucking sun as I get another year older. So, yeah, my birthday is on July 4th.
Happy birthday, you old fuck.
Yeah, our normal tradition on this show. It'll just be a little early because the 4th is after we wrap up for the season.
for the most part. Yeah. So
But yes, I'll have my birthday beer or my shot. We'll see which one I actually decide to do. At least it's on a Friday this year, so I'll have a 3-day weekend, which is a big plus.
that's
So,
always nice, right?
yeah, that'll be nice. Actually, I had a couple short weeks the last couple weeks, so that's good. So
Yeah.
that's that. But no, we just want to say, thanks for joining us for the draft. We always enjoy doing this special. Of course, as always, check us out on YouTube, Facebook, watch our old episodes on Spotify. This will be going up probably sometime this weekend. And then until then, of course, take care of yourselves and each other, and we will see you early next